Welcome to the Whoop-De-Wop. The Whoop-De-Wop is a name. The Whoop-De-Wop is a place. The Whoop-De-Wop is a thing. The Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, hand me the Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, you got some money? We going to the Whoop-De-Wop. Yo, where you get those? Throw some cool Whoop-De-Wops. Nigga, I will slap the fucking Whoop-De-Wop out your ass. The Whoop-De-Wop.
America, my name is Amiose Frimpong, and I spent this morning reading Sylvia Wynter's No Humans Involved. No Humans Involved was an essay Wynter wrote in, must have been 92. It was right after the Rodney King verdict. 92, 93. Right after the Rodney King verdict. And she was reflecting on, the uprising after the verdict and the designation that the LAPD had and the judicial officers within the LAPD when jobless black men were involved in violent altercations with the police. And the acronym that was used to describe an altercation with the police between the police officers and jobless black men was NHI, which stood for No Humans Involved. That means, if you shoot a black guy, it doesn't really count. It's like either putting down a dog or a stray or a rabid animal or something like that. No human was involved. Jobless black men were defined by their negation. They're defined as a conceptual other from what it was to be a person. They weren't necessarily positively an animal. They were just not a person. They didn't have even the content of a noble beast, a savage, or they didn't have their own ontological category. They were not humans. And Tommy Curry kind of explored this theme a little bit farther when he said that black men were men not. They were defined by the negation of what it was to be a man because of certain 18th and 19th and 20th centuries kind of ethnographies and the way we conceived of gender. But I'm talking about Sylvia Wynter right now, and Sylvia Wynter's kind of just thoughts about what it meant that we had a juridical designation for treating young black men like not humans. Or by the state, by the legal apparatus treating young black men like not humans, no humans involved. And what she comes to kind of apprehend is that universities, social sciences, and humanities departments are the grammarians of the nation's ideology. They are the grammarians of the nation's ideology. They set down the rules and to some extent the nomenclature. They make it make sense. They might express an antecedent culture in the same way that grammarians kind of take a language and kind of make it make sense, but they also establish and refine rules and make sense and create standards of that language. And this is why humanities and social science departments, they also make rules for how we conceive and use and act towards each other and people, right? They express what's given in the culture at the time, but they add a little bit. And so we need to think about, in terms of humanities and the social sciences over the last 40 years, being not just complicit, but agents of the degradation of labor politics, the degradation, the uneven and even confusing movement of racial politics. I think people are more confused than they were 40 years ago about the status of themselves as a racial minority, or as the stakes of their lineage coming from native minorities, native degraded people, right? I think, black people in the 70s were less confused about what it meant to be black than black people in 2025. And I think, we have to deal with that. And what does it mean that we've had humanities departments and social science departments that have managed this confusion? And what she argues is that these departments not only create a degraded population and legitimize that degraded population, they also, that same department has it's a coin with two sides. It upholds the favored population, right? So that same education will uphold and degrade, and who's been ministering that education. And we have to look at what have been the results over the last 40 years. Like I said, I think we have a more confused labor politics than we had than prior to the 1980s. I think we have a more confused labor politics. I think we have a more confused racial politics. And if your humanities and social science departments are confusing your racial and labor politics, we have to figure out who benefits. And who benefits, I think we even have a more confused gender politics, although that's going to be a larger argument, because I think who benefits from the last 50 years of confusion is professional class white women. I think they've screwed up our universities. I think they've screwed up our universities, our humanities departments, and you could say, how could they do that? Well, they have. I think, and the think tanks, I think and the nonprofits, I think they've screwed up our institutions of culture. So now the only actually organized revolt against that quality of liberalism that's taken out and that's justified and has been the grammarians of injustice. The only benefits of that have been professional class white women. So I think that instead of having the universities grow in their role as the grammarians of justice and clarifying the fights, our labor, racial, and even gender politics has suffered by universities being captured by a quality of liberalism and feminism that has made them the grammarians of injustice, and has and these departments have been the vanguard of a really awful quality of labor, racial, and even gender injustice. And it's unfortunate that the only actually organized and serious revolt against them has come from the right. Now just wants to defund all the humanities departments. But they did it themselves. They could have been the grammarians of justice. But instead, when the jobs went away, they started talking about pronouns instead of jobs. Now after came, you should have all the talk about pronouns should have been concerned with making sure Americans have good jobs, secure access to good jobs. But instead, we decided a lot of nonsense, right? So Winter's argument is that we have to look at universities, and not just university departments, the humanities departments and social science departments, as integral in creating the grammar and realizing that grammar in our practices of creating disposable populations. Now, she was talking about disposable populations in terms of the global South and Black men in the urban areas of the United States. But I think that same grammar has created, disposable populations, not just in the Middle East, but especially in Palestine right now. The number of well-heeled Zionists who are okay with genocide is the stable number of well-heeled Zionists who are okay with genocide because of, not in spite of, because of their education in the humanities and the social sciences in the United States is a problem. Is a huge problem. The number of good feminists who are okay, they were okay with the war, killing Russians for the sake of Ukraine, which was a dubious war, and they're okay with the Zionist war and funding the Zionist war in Israel because of their education in the humanities and social sciences. And they have horrible labor politics indifferent to the plight of just, American people, especially American men, indifferent to them because of their social science and humanities education. That number is enormous. That number is enormous, and we need to look at how the quality of feminism that took over the universities, or we can just say it took over the universities, was actually integral in creating disposable population and anesthetizing the population to actually like organize to deal with our political problems. Like, instead of leading a labor movement, the humanities department led people to therapy, which was a great labor movement for burgeoning therapists in the psychology industry, but wasn't particularly great for the real problems of what it meant to like not have a job after NAFTA, what it meant to actually think about the political responsibilities of reorganizing the economy for still political self-determination in a world of global competition and global production. Instead of actually getting people to think about that, we got pills and therapists. And who led that charge? Humanities departments and social science departments. All the care industry. Real care would have been securing people jobs after their jobs went away and leading policies for like a federal job guarantee, or like a raft of policies that feminists just don't care about because they're only half-assed in the labor market to begin with. But that's actually going to be fodder for a different show. I just want to talk to you about this essay that I think is rather lovely by Sylvia Wynter called No Humans Involved. The point of departure is a designation for Black men who are assaulted by the police and how they're reported on. And it ends with an indictment of social sciences and the humanities departments as creating the ideology, of being the grammarians of the ideology, of giving clarity to an ideology that creates disposable people. And humanities and social science departments have not taken enough responsibility for the last 50 years of creating, of giving a grammar that created a rabble, a jobless rabble, a racialized rabble. Let's not pretend that humanities and social science departments have been concerned with making sure that Negro men have been made whole. Let us not pretend that. Like, and I'm not just talking about the super predator discourse or the anodyne response to that, or the complete callousness with respect to the vulnerability that Black men face. Not just to police violence, but also to police violence, but also degradations in the job market. We're too busy making sure that women got their cut. All right. So thank you for your time. I'm going to go now, and I want you to read the essay. It's a nice essay. You can find parts online. If you're in charge of a class, even high school, go ahead. Assign this to your high school class. I think it's poignant because it talks about the creation of disposable populations and the university's role in creating disposable populations. And now I think in 2024, we found out what happens when white men are created as disposable by the universities. What happens is they fight back against universities. Like, they're tired. They get tired and they fight back. So that's just kind of that. And where we are, and who's to blame, and why universities, instead of taking responsibilities for their role in our feckless labor politics and culture. It shouldn't be the case that the biggest labor leaders in the United States don't have college degrees. like the people articulating the case for labor should be everyone coming out of any sort of social science and humanities department, but instead they can't. They can just articulate the case for better pronoun usage and land use acknowledgments. I'd like to thank the Ojibwe people for dying so that I could do this show on their land. No, like I'm being facetious. The genocide was real. All right, thank you for your time. And if you appreciate what I'm doing, which I think you should, because nobody else is doing this on the internet. I can tell you that right now. Because if it's reading Sylvia Wynter, that means you're kind of pretty smart, because she's a little bit abstruse in her language. But if you're smart enough to read and dissect the arguments, then you're not going to risk your job by indicting by biting the hand that feeds you, which are, the feminists who've destroyed our universities. All right. Thank you for your time. And I will end those who won't stand up to them. And thank you for your time. Go to funkyacademic.com, kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month, and I'll keep doing what I'm doing. And I'm trying to actually rehabilitate this disposable population and, I don't know, help us conceive of how and the structures and institutions that have allowed us to conceive of some populations as disposable. Peace.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Stanley versus the World. Let's see here. Oh, there I am. This is some very interesting points that Irami talks about here. A lot of cultural points. What's up, Dwali? Good morning. And it kind of jives with this essay that I read just a little while ago by David Brooks. He's more or less a conservative columnist for the New York Times, entitled "Why I'm Not a Liberal," which is kind of an unfortunate title because he's talking more about progressives. And his argument is actually, basically he's arguing against the materialism or the emphasis on materialism that left progressives tend to have, basically throwing money at problems. His argument is that you can take the person out of the ghetto, but you can't necessarily take the ghetto out of the person. Culture matters, character matters, and we spend too much money. Say you've got an inner city school that's failing. Throwing money at it is not necessarily, it won't fix the cultural problems. Culture kind of is kind of culture is the software of how a society runs, and the material stuff is the hardware. So your hardware isn't going to perform very well if your software is poorly written or ill-conceived. And too many people, mostly on the left, and I agree that mostly progressives, want to fix problems by funding the solutions instead of actually getting in there and doing the hard work. And there's some people that we know, and when I say we, I mean basically in this blackosphere, to use a term. And I kind of experienced that the other night on Drip's panel. It's like, I thought what I was talking about made perfect sense. As far as how you want to deal with an argument. And these people, we're all black people up on that panel. And it was almost like I was talking to aliens. What made sense to me was making no sense to them. And we live in the same country. And that kind of reinforces my argument. When, people on that panel went, well, black people this, black people that, I keep trying to tell folks that black people are not even a cultural monolith. People want to talk about, well, black culture is to blame for black people's problems. And I keep trying to tell them that black people as a whole don't have a problem. There's certain black people within the demographic who have problems. Judging a whole people, and then idiots like Be Brave want to basically hold everybody accountable in a demographic for something that, It just makes no sense. And this is one of the problems we have with one of the base problems that America has is it's race obsessed. We racialize crime. That's why it doesn't get fixed, because we want to other. And then within that group of quote others, people will tell you, well, hey, if you don't think this way, you're not authentic. Or if you don't have the hood mentality, or you don't have, you didn't grow up in the hood, they want to tell you, well, you're not authentically Black. And then, and there are other ways. Oh, the old man wants a 14-year-old girl or some bullshit like that. It is so sad. And I literally am of the mind that, and I agree with David Brooks, and I don't always agree with David Brooks, but we have a culture problem in this country, and it's something that is both on the left and the right. Character matters, and we are too willing to do everything but deal with our culture problems. And culture, this is kind of why there are culture wars. One side wants to, control the culture versus another side. And then you throw in populism, which David Brooks, I think, correctly points out, along with a guy named Thomas Franks, who years ago wrote a book called What's the Trouble with Kansas? Talking about populism, and populism basically being less about money and more about, character, human values, respect for, respect, some of the basic fundamentals of the golden rule, basically. And there's within this editorial is David Brooks quotes Daniel Patrick Moynihan. Daniel Patrick Moynihan said, "The central conservative truth is that it is culture, not politics, that determines the success of a society. And the central liberal truth is that politics can change culture and save it from itself. And both can be true at once." I think politics is downstream of culture. And too many on the left want to take a Marx approach, which is a quote, science of history approach, which is basically about materialism. And money doesn't make the man. Character makes the man. And I think the left and left progressives specifically miss this. Okay, if you walk into the hood, a better example is, you'll hear every now and again about someone who wins $1 million at the lottery and winds up losing it all because they just misspent it. Character matters. If you are raised with poor values, giving someone $1 million isn't going to change their character, and then they're just not going to have, the kind of value system that teaches them, to be parsimonious. Is that a word? With their money, to be frugal with their money. So anyway, this is kind of a jumbled monologue, but that experience on Drip's panel the other day, night before last, actually rattled me. It's like, honestly, people can't stop to understand that arguing a hypothetical from your anecdotal experience, you don't raise your kids to have your poor values, but you got to recognize your value system is poor. It's not successful. And I don't know how to convince people of that. And my my habit is just to move on, and leave y'all, and not, the proverbial y'all to yourselves. You guys can stew in your own pot. I'm moving on. And unfortunately, it's sometimes hard to do that. And you wind up being thought kind of callous. And in a way, I am callous. If I think you're stupid, I'm just going to tell you you're stupid. And you know what? If you need my help getting better, or if you want to listen to why I think the way I do, that's fine. But if you don't, you don't. So I highly recommend this article. And then he also talks about sociology, which Irami talked about. And Brooks writes, today, the social sciences are the narrow doorway all of human knowledge has to pass through if it's going to influence policy making. We want studies. The social sciences are great. I use them all the time, but when overly quantitative, they can misrepresent reality. That's the argument I make about all these people wanting to talk about violent crime statistics. They want to live by the statistics, but they don't want to actually think deeply about what those statistics say, and then, kind of connect dots between data sets. Okay. And I heard that on another panel that I didn't join, thank God, where, I know what it was. It was on Bob's panel. It was Blue Jay talking about, Black people have high crime statistics. Therefore, I'm like, no, Black people don't have high crime statistics. Okay. You need to parse it down. Not all Black people are criminals. That's what she's implying by that poorly worded, and knowing Blue Jay, an ill thought out idea. People are full of bad ideas, and they don't fucking, they speak in talking points. They speak in sound bites. They don't speak from a position of actually understanding what they're saying. And it happens all the time. And people just, I don't know how to tell you. If you come up on my panel, I'm going to get up here and I'm going to scrutinize what you say. And if you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, I'm just going to mock you. And I don't care if it makes me popular or not. Don't come up here half cocked. That's my recommendation. And thank goodness, for better or for worse. Brian Nichols, that's 70% bullshit. Save it for B Bray's panel. I know he's full of shit. The statistic is fictional, and Black worldview and culture destroys. There is no Black worldview. There are Black worldviews, plural. So you can say that bullshit. Doesn't work on me. It'll get you laughter. It will get you applause and an attaboy on other shows. To me, it's just babble. It's racist babble. So anyway, let us move on. We talked about, as a matter of fact, you know what? Well, we watched the Health and Human Services Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., just kind of flail back and forth with his croaky voice, basically acting like he wasn't a witness. He was he was judging the senators by the questions they asked. And Florida, if you haven't heard, has decided to do away with their the vaccine requirements for school children. That is literally medieval. That is medieval thinking. Florida moves to end all school vaccine mandates, first in nation to do so. Won't be the last.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Yeah, let's skip through this stupid
Some other
commercial.
bench pressers.
Seriously?
Please
Oh my
continue
God.
to hold.
Be easy. With Progressive, it is. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliate.
To attend
Oh,
schools,
Lord.
which would make it the first state to completely withdraw from a practice credited with boosting vaccination rates and controlling the spread of infectious diseases. Speaking at a news conference,
Yeah,
outside
it was
Tampa
all
with Governor
theater.
Ron DeSantis, Republican,
What's up,
Surgeon
Ron? How
General
you
Joseph
doing?
A. Ladapo said that every vaccine mandate is wrong and drips with disdain and slavery, and called the rollback the right thing to do. Ladapo's stances on vaccines and other measures intended to protect Floridians have drawn criticism from public health experts and advocates. Who am I as a man standing here now to tell you what you should put in your body? Ladapo said Wednesday. DeSantis, who at the news conference endorsed Ladapo's measures, acknowledged ending certain vaccine requirements would require changes from the legislature. Florida law mandates students must be vaccinated against polio, diphtheria, rubella, pertussis, mumps, and tetanus, while allowing exemptions for religious and medical reasons. Getting rid of those would require lawmaker approval. The Florida Department of Health could more immediately target 4 vaccines mandated under its own rules: chickenpox, hepatitis B, Haemophilus influenza type B, HIB, and the pneumococcal vaccine, PCV 1520. The Trump administration and Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr., the founder of an anti-vaccine organization, have been pushing to upend U.S. vaccine policy. Florida's move underscores the deepening political fault lines over vaccines, a divide certain to polarize parents, communities, lawmakers, and health providers across red and blue states. California, Oregon, and Washington, states led by Democrats, on Wednesday announced they were forming an alliance to coordinate their own immunization guidelines and preserve access to vaccines. At the news conference, DeSantis also announced a Florida version of Make America Healthy Again, a reference to Kennedy's slogan and agenda to address the root causes of chronic disease and childhood illness, such as nutrition. Kennedy is scheduled to testify before a congressional committee on Thursday about upheaval at the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. Last week, the White House fired CDC Director Susan Monterez, spurring the resignation of senior leaders who cited efforts by Kennedy and his allies to restrict access to vaccines, despite scientific evidence supporting immunizations. Before his appointment helming the nation's health agencies, Kennedy publicly questioned vaccine mandates, framing his skepticism as a personal choice involving parents, children, and doctors. If you know a vaccine is going to kill a certain number of children, do you have a right to mandate it for every child? He said in 2020. An HHS spokesperson did not respond to requests for comment. Kennedy's former organization, Children's Health Defense, reposted video of Ladapo's announcement on X, adding, "This is how you make America healthy again." Will other states follow Florida's lead? All states in the District of Columbia have vaccination requirements to attend public schools, while exemptions vary state by state. U.S. school vaccination laws date to the 1850s and have always drawn controversy about the right of the government to compel people to inoculate themselves for the public good, said James Colgrove, a Columbia University professor of public health who has studied the history of vaccines. But he said debates in legislatures in recent years have focused on establishing or expanding exemptions, not lifting the mandates themselves, he said. It's a very troubling development, Colgrove said. It's probably going to be catastrophic. Anyone who knows anything about public health can see this as a train wreck. A KFF survey published in January found 83% said public schools should require some vaccines for students, allowing for health and religious exemptions. This includes large majorities of Democrats, 93%, Independents, 85%, and Republicans, 75%. Florida Senator Lori Berman, Democrat, a member of a Senate Health Committee, said she feared her Republican colleagues would support repealing vaccine mandates. She pointed out that they recently voted to ban fluoride from the state's drinking water, a cause championed in the past by Kennedy. "I would hope my colleagues would listen to science, but I've seen them do some things in the last couple years that make me question that," Berman said in an interview. She said the announcement left her in a state of shock. Florida's Republican legislative leaders did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Public health experts condemned Florida's move to lift the vaccine mandates. When everyone in a school is vaccinated, it's harder for diseases to spread and easier for everyone to keep the fun and learning going. American Academy of Pediatrics President Susan Cressley said in a statement, "We are concerned that today's announcement by Governor DeSantis will put children in Florida public schools at higher risk for getting sick and have ripple effects across their community." The incoming head of Florida Parent-Teacher Association, Jude Bruno, said rollbacks of vaccine mandates could imperil the health of students and staff. In a state with a high tourism economy, the consequences of opening the floodgates to preventable outbreaks are especially serious, Bruno said in a statement. Ladapo has been widely criticized by public health experts and advocates for opposing mainstream public health guidance. He called for a halt to using mRNA coronavirus vaccines last year, citing debunked claims that the shots could contaminate a patient's DNA. He became the first statewide health official to urge communities to stop adding fluoride to drinking water, a practice widely credited for improving oral health. Trump's transition team considered Ladapo to serve as HHS secretary before selecting Kennedy. He has also demanded that federal agencies rethink their decades-long support of vaccination, saying last week that CDC leaders and other officials have a cultish relationship with vaccines, in an interview on an episode of Stephen K. Bannon's War Room podcast. Lena H. Sun, Caitlin Gilbert, and Dan Diamond contributed to this report.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer
Yeah, this
service with our
dude-
app, website.
This dude is scary. It's akin to Amy Wax believing in race realism. She is a Harvard-trained physician who basically believes in quack science. Folks like Ladapo and DeSantis, they're very selective about the statistics they believe in. They will point to, racialized crime statistics. However, the statistics as to, the success for vaccines, including the COVID-19 vaccine, the statistics speak for themselves. And I just don't know. Character matters. And I'm going to play this video next because it kind of talks about, this is called "There Are Two Ways to Look at Freedom." And it touches on MAGA, MAHA vaccines and some other things. And it also kind of goes back to the David Brooks editorial I talked about, and even back to Irami's video. And then I'll talk more about it. I guess I'll do it throughout the show. I just find I find some things that this idea that economics, even going back to looking at wealth disparities, the Black wealth gap specifically, money does not change character. In a way, it kind of magnifies character. And I think, if you go and you look at some of the rappers, the hip hop culture throughout the years, you will have people who have made it in their 40s and 50s, still acting like hood. It's like money's not going to change your character. And people don't seem to understand that.
The news is just like a fire hose. It is just like a fire hose. So take a deep breath if you need to. And it is, as I say, okay to look away and go do something else. But I will do what I can to make some sense out of it for you today. And once again, it seems to me that the things that people have asked about are all over the map. So I want to suggest a larger lens to look at what's happening in the United States right now, because it might help a little bit to see the bigger picture and to be able to fit things into a framework. And what I want to talk about today to fit these things into a framework is the concept of freedom. You know, a lot of people talk about freedom, and I'm going to talk about that some today, but actually defining what freedom is a different thing. And so I want to talk about freedom in two ways today. That is freedom from things and freedom to do things. So freedom from and freedom to. And those are really very different things that I think make a lot of sense in this moment, if you can distinguish between the two. So let's start with the idea of freedom from things, because this has been really the rallying cry of the radical right now for at least 40 years, that Americans have freedom, and freedom should mean to have freedom from things, freedom from government oversight. And one of the big stories from today is that Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. testified before the Senate Finance Committee. And it was very contentious, a lot of raised voices, a lot of disagreement about basic facts. And one of the pieces that Kennedy was standing on was the idea that Americans should have freedom from government oversight of their medical care. So, for example, he's an anti-vaxxer for a number of different reasons in his own personal makeup. And I've written about those before. He doesn't appear to believe in germ theory as a driver of disease. And like I say, you can look through my old writings about that. But in this moment, he is part of a movement that wants the United States government to stop overseeing people's health, especially through things like vaccines. And so yesterday, today's Thursday, right? So yesterday, Florida became the first state in the union to say that children that there are no requirements for having vaccines to go to public school. And it's really interesting that Florida did this. I mean, it's not a surprise Florida did this because of the degree to which Governor Ron DeSantis of Florida has embraced some of the radical right movement. But it's interesting that the children in Florida will no longer be required to have vaccines to go to public school, considering the fact that a key moneymaker in Florida are theme parks, especially Disney theme park. And those are places that are inhabited, or that are attractions to children. And if you are thinking about where you're going to take your children during spring break or during the school vacations, it probably is not going to make you more likely to go to Florida to learn that they're going to be with a population that has not been vaccinated or has the potential not to have been vaccinated against childhood diseases. Now, the other thing that's interesting about that position on the part of Florida is that more than 80% of Americans want there to be childhood vaccines, want them to be required, especially for things like polio, of course, and measles and whooping cough, the diseases that people still seem to recognize as being enormously dangerous, because they are. But the Kennedy impulse is to say that the government should get out of your faces, that they believe in freedom from government intervention. And as I say, it's really interesting because that has been a piece that the radical right has pushed now for 40 years, that we need a really small government, that you can drown in a bathtub. You've heard all of these things, because that's the only thing that is going to permit Americans truly to be free. But one of the reasons that's interesting in this moment is, in fact, while Trump and people like Kennedy talk about freedom, and Trump talks about it a lot with regard to getting rid of regulations so business people can drill for oil, for example. In fact, the Trump administration has been using the state in really intrusive ways. So they're talking about freedom, but the other big piece of news from today is the fact that the Trump administration appears to have launched a military strike against a small boat with 11 people on it, civilians, that they allege anyway. I mean, it's very unclear to me how anybody knows any of this, and they're saying they're not saying, but they're alleging that these were Venezuelan drug traffickers. And there's a lot of problems with that story to begin with, not least that there appears to be no legal justification for it. But it's a really big deal because it is, first of all, we're not at war with Venezuela, and you can't attack civilians, and the government should not attack civilians, and the military should not have attacked civilians. There is a bit of doubt as to whether or not this ever happened. Venezuela says that this is AI and this event never happened. I think there's just a lot of opaqueness over this, but the administration is putting forward the idea that it in fact attacked civilians from another country and essentially murdered them in cold blood, even though normally under international law, when they want to stop a drug that they suspect is smuggling, a boat that they suspect is smuggling drugs, they shoot the engine. I mean, this is like a no-brainer. If you've ever been out in a boat, especially in a boat with a small engine, you put any kind of a monkey wrench in a small engine, that sucker's not going anywhere. So what
Juan, there is no such thing as a bulletproof vaccine. Vaccines either greatly, to varying degrees, reduce your vulnerability to disease, but it's not 100% prevention. So if you, even with, say, a polio vaccine, say you're vaccinated, if you're constantly around people, or an environment where, polio is a risk, you increase your risk of getting it even with a vaccine. Okay, I don't think the general public understands that vaccines are not a magic bullet. They just greatly reduce your chance of getting a disease. They're not preventing it. Prevention has to be vaccine. Prevention is basically like a herd being vaccinated. I don't understand why people, I wish they would emphasize this more in like high school biology classes. Vaccines are preventative in that they reduce your chance of getting it. They're not a magic bullet. So if you got 99 people who aren't vaccinated and one person who is, you actually increase that one person's chance of getting polio, even if they're vaccinated. Science is a bunch of probabilities and all that sort of stuff. There aren't magic bullets in nature. Well, few magic bullets. Once you're dead, you're not coming back.
Normally happens is they stop the boat, they round the people up, and they take them to the nearest port to be charged. So the fact that the government is asserting that it has the right summarily to execute people that they say are drug dealers, it is not really possible to think of a more overreach of a government. And again, I'm sort of thinking about this philosophically, of a government than simply saying, we, the government, can take your life. So for a party that has always stood for freedom from government, we now have a Republican president in power who says, I have the power to take your life if I think it's the right thing to do, which is hardly freedom from the government. But it's not just that. Trump has really gotten rid of a lot of those central tenets of what used to be the Republican concept of freedom. He has started to put the military in U.S. cities and claimed the right to do that. Now he's backing off a bit on that, as J.B. Pritzker, the governor of Illinois, and has been standing up to him and saying, you are not welcome. I'm going on record that you are not supposed to do this, because of course he's not supposed to go into another state without the governor of the state requesting him to go in, which is why Trump is now saying, all these people should be requesting me. But Pritzker has pushed back. So has California Governor Gavin Newsom. who has been mocking Trump and has won against him in court, where a court decided in California that, in fact, by using the Nationalized Federal Guard and using the Marines in Los Angeles, broke the Posse Comitatus Act of 1878. So, as there's been pushback, now you can see Trump sort of saying, well, they should all ask me. I want to be asked. They should all ask me. And some of the Republican governors may go ahead and do that. But that idea of freedom from the government, he's completely blowing that up with the idea that literally the government is putting troops into cities, which doesn't exactly illustrate freedom from something, which may be one of the reasons that the juries in Washington, D.C., the grand juries in Washington, D.C., and grand juries are enormously stacked against defendants, have refused to indict the defendants, in part probably because they at some level feel that the government is exercising overreach here, like, for example, their attempt to get a felony assault conviction on the guy who threw a sandwich. That seems like it was a bit much. But the administration is also exercising that kind of power over children. And again, if you're thinking about freedom from something, the idea that the Trump administration rounded up children in the middle of a night and put them on planes unaccompanied, people as young as 10, to send them to Guatemala. Again, that's not freedom from something. That is an extremely heavy-handed government. And you're also seeing Trump rejecting this concept of freedom from the government with his tariffs, which a second court has now found illegal. But the idea behind the Republican movement since at least the 1980s was really to double down on the idea of free markets, that the government would not get involved in how people managed their money and managed industry, and that would be the most efficient way to run a society. And now Trump is jumping into the middle of that and not only saying that he's going to put up these tariff walls that are dramatically reordering world, but especially American economy, but also that he was going to take a cut of certain parts of companies as well, and have a say in how those companies operate. So that idea of freedom from things that the Republicans clung to so tightly has really just evaporated under Trump. And I think that's a really interesting change that we have had. And it also is reflected in the rise of Project 2025 and the radical religious right in a way that is important. That is, one of the arguments that the religious radicals make is that the idea of freedom from government, which you saw with with this idea that people should have equal rights, for example, but that people should be able to behave as they want, has in their minds led the United States down a bad path. An argument similar to what Vladimir Putin has made in Russia and Viktor Orban has made in Hungary, because what it's permitted is the visibility of LGBTQ plus people, of women wanting rights, of minority, ethnic, religious, gender, and racial minorities wanting rights. And those things are in their minds corrupting society. And what the argument is among those who adhere to this radical religion is that because people don't have the ability to regulate their own behavior, you need to have a strong religious component in society to make sure that they behave as they should, which again is exactly contrary to the idea of freedom from overreach by the government. So on the one hand, you have that concept of freedom from the government, which has been the driving force behind the Republicans and has been really a driving force of the anti-vax movement. And you've got, at the same time, Trump and the people he has surrounding him pushing this extraordinarily strong government, which is the exact opposite of freedom from the government. But now there's another kind of freedom that is very much in play with this argument about vaccines, but in American history in general. And that's the concept of freedom to. Now, one of the people who early articulated this difference between freedom from and freedom to. Didn't really talk about the government. When he talked about it, what he said was that freedom to is about individual self-actualization. That is, who do you want to be? What do you have the freedom to be? But the trick to that in the United States, really since Theodore Roosevelt, the presidency of Theodore Roosevelt from 1901 until I can't do the math, 1901 for 9, is right, because he leaves office and Taft comes in. All right, so since Theodore Roosevelt, who's a Republican, by the way, that idea of freedom to has depended on a government that protects the individual, which is the concept of which is where it dovetails with the idea of liberalism, the protection of individual rights, which is a pretty new concept in the 19th century. And that idea of a government that protects the ability of individuals to make something of themselves, whatever they choose to make of themselves, is a really important concept for figuring out what the good role, what the true role of the US government should be in society. So if the government is supposed to protect freedom, your freedom to become a doctor or a lobsterman or whatever you want to be, the government should be protecting your health, for example. It should make sure you don't die of childhood diseases if it has the ability to do that, which is where we get the government requirements for vaccines, which really take off, by the way, in the late 19th century. The idea that we are going to protect the public in general so that people in the public have the ability and have the freedom to go on and have a healthy life. Similarly, the idea of freedom to do things is going to mean that the government's going to protect education. It's going to protect access to resources. It's going to make sure that your food's not adulterated with formaldehyde and chalk and the things they used to put in milk. It's going to mean that you're going to be protected from workplace accidents. It's going to make sure that there are protections in place that enable people to do things, have the freedom to do things. And that idea of freedom to is the idea behind civil rights legislation and what is now denigrated as diversity, equity, inclusion. But all what it is called DEI does is it makes sure that everybody has the freedom to do things. And so if you think about what I just laid out, freedom from is often embraced by people with power, especially by white men and white men who run businesses, because they don't want government to be messing around with them. They want to do whatever they want. Freedom to do things. So they want freedom from. Freedom to do things is usually people who are not in power, usually people who are marginalized for one reason or another, and need to have government step in to give them the freedom to do things. So one of the things that we're seeing right now is the struggle in our society between freedom from and freedom to. And one of the ways this is playing out is, it's playing out on the national level through things like soybeans, where the idea of freedom from government interference, which is what a lot of people voted for, has now turned into the fact that China is boycotting US soybeans because of Trump's trade wars, among other things. And so the farmers are looking at this and saying, wait a minute. We want the freedom to sell our soybeans. So they've gone from not wanting government intervention to wanting the government to make it possible for them to sell their soybeans, which is actually what was going on before, but that's not the way the rhetoric worked. So you're seeing it over things like that, but you're also seeing it in the question that most of you asked. And that was about soft secession, which is a term that is out there. Don't get all excited about that term. The idea of, or you can if you want, but this is nothing new. The idea that states can take different positions than the federal government has been part of our history since the early 1800s. And its early incarnation in the 1830s, its real political articulation under Andrew Jackson before he became president, was an attempt of the Southern enslavers to legitimize a society in which, even though most Americans did not want the continuation of American enslavement and the amassing of property that it permitted a few people to do in the American South, that resting on the idea that states could do things differently than the federal government is one of the ways that they managed to justify and to protect the perpetuation of human enslavement. So that idea of the states doing something different has a really negative start in our history. But since then, states have always used it in positive ways as well. So really, even before Andrew Jackson starts talking about the use of states' rights, you see it in places like New York, the state of New York, where at a time when the federal government said, we're not going to get involved in internal improvements because the elite enslavers don't want us to, or rather they're still arguing about it in the 1820s. New York State says, hey, we're in. We're going to improve our own state, whether or not you want to go along with it. And that's where you get the Erie Canal, which is finished in 1825. I mean, and they built that sucker with shovels through the state of New York to make sure that the middle part of the country didn't break off from the United States and join Canada, which it would have because of the way the rivers run. But as early as the 1820s, the state of New York is saying, you don't want to do internal improvements? Okay, we're going to do it ourselves. But even more dramatically than that, in the late 19th century, when the federal government was taken over, let's call them the robber barons, was taken over by the Republican Party, and they were not going to do anything to help ordinary Americans. States, primarily states like Wisconsin, if you've ever heard of the Wisconsin plan, but the state of Wisconsin and New York as well, but the state of Wisconsin becomes it is literally called a laboratory for democracy. That same idea gets picked up as well in New York State in the same period, in the state of New York, when Tammany Hall, which is running New York City, needs to find a legitimate way, because they're no longer corrupt, to get people to vote for them. And they start to protect the rights of ordinary Americans living in New York City, to the point that in the 1900s, they are already protecting women's rights and Black rights, which is kind of eye-popping if you think about it, because on the national level, the opposite was happening, but the state of New York was working to do those things. And it's actually from the state of New York that we get the rise of the New Deal, an attempt to take that system national for the New Deal. And that is, of course, what the radical right is trying to get rid of now. But you also see, after the initial New Deal under Dwight Eisenhower, a Republican, the idea that the federal government is going to take those good ideas from the states and create mandates, federally funded mandates for different states to do things for their citizens, with the idea that, of course, every state would like for things to be good for their citizens, but some are richer than others. So the federal government would give money to those states until they could get their acts together to be able to provide education or to provide some of the things that the federal government thought were useful for everybody to do. So the idea that that states are going to start doing things that the federal government is not at all a new idea. And what you're really seeing over these over vaccines is this idea that different states are going to say, we don't know what on earth the Secretary Kennedy is going to be doing at the CDC. He seems to be decimating it with this concept of you should have the freedom from the government to make your own healthcare decisions. But we in our states are going to give you the freedom to be protected from polio and COVID-19 and the diseases that we do have vaccines to combat. So I think you're seeing a switch from where we have been in the past, really since World War II in this country, where the federal government has really tried to do the thing that is best for the most people, to embrace science, to make it easier for people to have freedom to do things. And now the federal government is both cutting back on that and creating this extraordinarily heavy-handed government that no longer is exercising freedom from government for the people in the cities where there are deportations and the sweeps and all that. But the states are embracing the Democratic-dominated states are embracing the concept that we have freedom to do things, and that I think is a really important difference when you think about what you want the government to do, because right now it certainly appears as if the federal government is saying you have, business people who don't want regulations have freedom from the government, and people who don't want vaccines have freedom from the government. But those of you who are not doing what we want don't have any of those freedoms from the government. In fact, we've got the most heavy-handed government we've ever had. And this is obviously a recipe for authoritarianism. But just as deeply in American history as the freedom from government, we have a government that has said we have freedom to do things. We have freedom to build the Erie Canal. We have freedom to have food that is not polluted, to have clean water, to have clean air, to have access to health care, which Theodore Roosevelt was the first to bring up in the 1900s, to have education, to have science-based medicine. Those are things we have freedom to have. And one of the things that I'm seeing is in the sort of murky, this is happening, so-and-so is pushing that, is it feels like it would be useful to break those two things apart and stop being wedded to this idea that the government needs to stay out of our lives because otherwise we are losing our freedom, and instead to embrace the idea that there are some places in which we very much need the government to be included in our lives because we need the freedom to go to Disney World or whichever one it is in Florida, I can never remember which, without worrying that your kid's going to get polio. I mean, one of the things that people don't remember today is that the summers, it used to be considered incredibly deadly because that's when the polio virus was most prevalent and easiest to pick up. Remember, FDR gets polio as an adult during the summer up at Campobello Island up the coast from me. So it feels like those two things would be important to remember when you're looking at all the very many things that are slamming into us today and have been slamming into us, because at the same time that Trump is using the government in an incredibly heavy-handed way, there's also an argument to be made that we actually want a government that does things to enable us to have the freedom to achieve who we want to be. And I just felt today like a lot of people weren't talking about that, and like it was an important place for us to be. And I think you're seeing that in J.B. Pritzker and his pushback against Trump's threats to invade. You're certainly seeing it in the different states getting together to make vaccines available and so on. One of the things that jumped out today about the hearing that had Kennedy at the Senate Finance Committee, and with some of the other stories we're hearing now from James McGovern of Massachusetts, for example, about why Republicans voted in favor of the budget reconciliation bill known as the One Big Beautiful Bill Act, is that a lot of Republicans don't like those things either. They recognize both that Kennedy is destroying our public health system and that the budget reconciliation bill is going to badly hurt a number of Americans, far more than the Republicans seem to have banked on when they pushed it through. They knew it was going to hurt. They know Kennedy is bad news for the public health, but they don't dare to stand up to Trump, for which I have zero patience. Nobody asked them to take those jobs. They ran for those jobs. That being said, the best way for Americans to push back against what is happening right now is to make it very clear that it is better to risk Trump's wrath of being primaried than it is to risk the wrath of the voters. And, the more people speak up, the more people are on those overpasses, the more people are turning out in the streets, the more people are writing to their Congress people, but also their state legislators and showing up there, especially in Republican dominated or purple states, because Trump is pushing so hard for the redistricting of those states, and it'll be state lawmakers who do that. The more people push back, the more you're going to see things like, for example, Joni Ernst deciding that she is not going to run for re-election in Iowa. You're seeing a lot of people who are now at the national level deciding they're going to go back to the state level because they're worried about what's happening at the national level. The more we speak up, and it's hard now. It is so overwhelming. Like, I thought I was good on the news today at about 4 o'clock, 3 o'clock. And then I had meetings from 3 to 6. And by the time I looked at the news at 5:45, it was crazy. It was a whole different day. It gets overwhelming. It is okay to take a break. But one of the reasons I just gave you that really broad framing to fit things into is because sometimes you just can't follow everything that's happening. And it helps to think, is this an issue on which I need freedom from the government? For example, about your healthcare decisions and for your reproductive healthcare, for example? Or is this someplace where I need freedom to do things like for vaccines? So one would think that there might be a boilerplate for both of those issues, but there really aren't, because at the end of the day, what you're protecting in the United States of America is the ability of individuals to determine their own future. And sometimes in order to do that, we need the government to stay away from us. We don't need to have a government that's going to shoot us in the streets or have troops in the streets or decide whether or not we can have reproductive health care. We do need to have a government that's going to make it possible for people to get educations and that are going to make it possible for us not to get shot in the streets. So it's worth thinking about freedom from and freedom to when you're thinking about what we want the future to look like, because we've got to be thinking about that as Trump and the MAGAs try to claim more and more power, because they know how weak they are in terms of popularity in the country.
Well, that is my favorite female historian. She has spoken. So I think that there's a lot to think about there. One thing I haven't followed up on, I guess if I think about it, I will, but I don't know that, getting rid of a mandate necessarily precludes people from getting their kids vaccinated. I know I would. However, I suspect that getting rid of the mandate will make getting your child vaccinated more expensive. Things that are mandated tend to be cheaper, if not outright free, versus, making things more expensive. So, there's that. Kelvin, interesting. You should be asking these questions about what she means from way over there in Britain. So speaking of tariffs, as Heather Cox Richardson did, Trump asks Supreme Court to save his emergency tariffs. President Donald Trump on Wednesday, by the way, tariffs are what Congress sets. Trump basically had to claim or proclaim an emergency or declare an emergency in order to do this tariff stuff. I don't know that people are that aware. So President Donald Trump on Wednesday urged the Supreme Court to step into the fray over his emergency tariffs, putting the centerpiece of his economic agenda in the hands of the justices who have mostly backed his sweeping view of executive power. according to a copy of the appeal obtained by CNN. Trump is pressing the justices to overturn a lower court ruling that found his administration acted unlawfully by imposing many of his sweeping import taxes, and he has framed the case in existential terms. Essentially, the court says this is not an emergency. The stock market needs the tariffs. They want the tariffs. That is incorrect. Trump said Tuesday in the Oval Office, asserting that an adverse decision would mean devastation for our country. Dude, this dude is like the president of hyperbole. The case once again raises fundamental questions for the court about a president's power to act unilaterally and without explicit authority from Congress. Trump's critics note that the last president to raise tariffs under similar circumstances was Richard Nixon, and Congress later pared back the president's power. Not going to happen this time. To the president and his most senior advisors, these tariffs thus present a stark choice. With tariffs, we are a rich nation. Without tariffs, we are a poor nation, according to the appeal. The appeal follows a divided decision Friday, from a federal appeals court in Washington that found Trump overstepped his authority by relying on the International Emergency Economic Powers Act to impose the tariffs. The authority to impose taxes, including tariffs, is a core congressional power that the Constitution left to the legislative branch, the appeals court ruled. Trump has relied on the 1970s era emergency law known as IEEPA to reshape not just global trade, but also alliances with allies and adversaries. Some of the powers he's claimed to set those tariffs are permanently blocked. The administration would need to find other levers to accomplish its ambitious foreign policy goals. Yeah, that lever would be called Congress. At the center of the case are the Liberation Day tariffs Trump announced in April, and tariffs placed this year against China, Mexico, and Canada that were designed to combat fentanyl entering the United States. A wine importer, VOS Selections, and other small businesses sued, along with a dozen states, arguing Trump had exceeded his authority. The Trump administration has requested an unusually speedy review by the Supreme Court, asking the justices to decide whether to hear the case by September 10 and tee up arguments for early November. The plaintiffs in the case have agreed to that rapid timeline. So this is going to be interesting. This is going to be an interesting year. I would almost say kind of like a pivotal year. If you have to declare an emergency to do this sort of stuff, you've automatically exceeded your power. I think that, if we have the tariffs, we're rich. If we don't have the tariffs, we're poor is a shitty argument to declare an emergency. So let's move on. Judge rules Trump administration cannot withhold funding from Harvard. So Harvard for now wins. I imagine, this will wind up in front of the Supreme Court as well.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app, website, chat, or by phone. Because when getting help is hard, it's not help at all.
Joanna Slater and Laura Meckler, and read by an AI-generated voice. A federal judge ruled Wednesday that the Trump administration violated the Constitution by freezing federal research funding at Harvard University, dealing the White House a setback in its efforts to force change at the country's oldest university and higher education nationwide. U.S. District Judge Allison D. Burroughs said freezing and canceling more than $2 billion in research grants and other federal actions violated Harvard's First Amendment rights and amounted to retaliation, unconstitutional conditions, and unconstitutional coercion. Her ruling, which is likely to be appealed, vacated the government's funding freeze and barred it from using similar reasoning to block grants to Harvard in the future. The government's actions had terminated nearly 1,000 federal grants at Harvard, threatening cancer research and innovations in multiple fields, such as quantum computing and efforts to lessen the consequences of battlefield injuries. The Trump administration had said its actions were necessary to compel the university to do more to combat anti-Semitism. Burroughs also granted Harvard's request for summary judgment on civil rights law, ruling that the administration had not followed the requirements of Title VI, which bars discrimination on the basis of race or national origin, before terminating the research grants. She also found that the administration had violated the Administrative Procedure Act, which sets out rules for how the government makes decisions. Citing federal law, Burroughs wrote that her review of the administrative record makes it difficult to conclude anything other than that defendants used anti-Semitism as a smokescreen for a targeted, ideologically motivated assault on this country's premier universities, and did so in a way that runs afoul of the APA, the First Amendment, and Title VI. Further, their actions have jeopardized decades of research and the welfare of all those who could stand to benefit from that research, as well as reflect a disregard for the rights protected by.
Essentially, what she's saying is Trump used race as a reason to make these to bar this money going to Harvard. Funny how that works.
By the Constitution and federal statutes. The White House did not immediately respond to requests for comment. Harvard's president, Alan M. Garber, said in a statement to the university community on Wednesday that the ruling validates the school's arguments in defense of the university's academic freedom, critical scientific research, and the core principles of American higher education. He said the university will monitor the changing landscape in which we seek to fulfill our mission, knowing that our successes will make a real difference for individuals across the country and around the world. It is a decisive win for Harvard and the faculty we represent, said Corey Stoughton, an attorney for the plaintiffs who separately sued the administration to restore the frozen funding, a case heard concurrently with Harvard's. Her clients called the ruling a victory for academic freedom and research in the public interest. The court affirmed that the president cannot retaliate against universities, faculty, or researchers for their ideas, and the American Association of University Professors and UAW members now have protections from ongoing attacks, they said in a written statement. David P. Corey, a neurobiology professor at Harvard Medical School who had about $1 million in federal grants terminated, said he welcomed the news but is bracing for an appeal and prolonged legal fight. There's a moment of relief and a second later we say this isn't the end of it, said Corey, whose research aims to figure out how the cells in the inner ear convert a sound wave into an electrical signal that the brain can understand. But conservatives who have been buoyed by the White House's aggressive stand against universities were disappointed. Shabbos Kestenbaum, a 2024 Harvard graduate who sued the university over accusations of anti-Semitism on campus, called the ruling infuriating. He noted that the judge affirmed that there were problems with anti-Semitism on campus and questioned why the government should be forced to fund a university that tolerated discrimination. He said he immediately texted people he knows at the White House to urge them to fight the ruling. Burroughs wrote that the Trump administration was right to use all legal means to combat anti-Semitism, and that Harvard was wrong to tolerate hateful behavior for as long as it did. But the record does not reflect that fighting anti-Semitism was the Trump administration's true goal, she wrote, and even if it were, it should not be done on the back of the First Amendment. She said that according to the administrative record, before freezing nearly $2.2 billion in federal grants, the agencies considered little, if any, data regarding the anti-Semitism problem at Harvard, disregarded the substantial policy and other changes Harvard had taken and was continuing to take to address the issue, and failed to weigh the importance of any particular grant or to evaluate whether a particular grant recipient had engaged in anti-Semitism.
In other words, they took the easy route, the fastest route, and didn't do their homework. And that's why Trump's like half of what he wants to do winds up in court because they're doing the easy way out. And I think in the end, the laziness of the Trump administration, the lack of talent of the people who advise Trump, in the end, it's going to come back and bite them for all the work, for all the effort put into 2025. Literally, it is a plan full of shortcuts this shock and awe or flood the zone and all this stuff. It's basically small ball and not they didn't put in the effort. And so we go. In kind of a related story, Northwestern University president steps down following federal funding freeze. On September 4, 2025, Northwestern University President Michael Schill announced his decision to resign following a challenging 3-year period leading the institution in Illinois. Schill's departure follows more than a year of Republican scrutiny over his handling of pro-Palestinian campus protests that included a campus encampment. The Trump administration withheld $790 million in federal research funds and initiated a civil rights probe concerning Schill's agreements and the related campus disputes. Schill expressed that serving as president has been a great privilege and stated that now is an appropriate moment for fresh leadership to steer Northwestern into its future phase. Schill will remain until an interim president takes over while the university faces job cuts and ongoing challenges from political and funding pressures. So University of Virginia's president resigned, basically was forced out just like this guy. Oh well. This is interesting. And I think I mentioned it before. Probably everybody knows by now. President Trump plans to rename the Defense Department as the Department of War. So the No New Wars president is wanting to go back to the pre-World War II, actually I think it was 1947 Department of War. I mean, you know, it is a historical term. It's how the department was originally, it's the original name of the Department of Defense. So sends the wrong message, but you know what? They do have a little bit of history on their side. The change would return the department to a name that it carried for much of its history until it became the Department of Defense in the wake of World War II. The executive order was confirmed by NPR. Excuse me. Was confirmed to NPR by a White House official who's not authorized to discuss the matter. The White House fact sheet explains that under the executive order, the name Department of War will serve as a secondary title for the Department of Defense. I don't even understand. So it's the Department of War and Defense, or Defense and War. Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth appeared to acknowledge the change in a post on social media on Thursday, writing simply Department of War. President Trump has previously signaled that a change was in the works. During an appearance in the Oval Office last month, Trump said the War Department just sounded to me better. Of course it does. So it was 1949, not 1947. So let's see. As the largest department in the U.S. government, even just changing signs, seals, and titles could prove costly. In 2023, an Army official told Congress that an effort to rename only 9 Army bases would cost taxpayers $39 million. So I'm sure it'll be money well spent. Pentagon approves use of Navy base for Chicago ICE operations. And by the way, a lot of these stories I had queued up yesterday, and I didn't cover any news really. So some of this may be slightly a day old, but I went through them all, and they're all still, at least relevant. So let's play this.
With Progressive, it's easy to reach customer service with our app.
You know what? I'm literally going to have to might have to get rid of my Washington Post subscription. Paying for these commercials is unacceptable. There we go.
You're listening to Pentagon Approves Use of Navy Base for Chicago ICE Operations, a news story written by Dan Lamoth and Tara Kopp and read by an AI-generated voice. The Pentagon has approved the use of a Navy base on the outskirts of Chicago as a staging ground from which the Trump administration can launch operations against undocumented immigrants, said two defense officials familiar with the issue. Naval Station Great Lakes will serve as a hub in upcoming operations overseen by the Department of Homeland Security, the officials said, speaking on the condition of anonymity because of the sensitivity of the issue. It could also potentially be used as a place to house National Guard or active duty service members if President Donald Trump orders a surge of U.S. troops to the city, as he did this summer in Los Angeles and Washington, D.C. The approval, which has not previously been reported, comes after DHS sought permission late last month for agents with Immigration and Customs Enforcement, IC, and other law enforcement personnel to use the base. It also comes as Governor J.B. Pritzker and other top officials in Illinois decry the president's aggressive tactics, lack of coordination, and characterization of Chicago as a hellhole of crime requiring federal intervention. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's office did not respond to requests for comment. Other defense officials referred questions to DHS, which issued a statement that did not answer questions about the base's usage. DHS is targeting the worst of the worst criminal illegal aliens, including murderers, rapists, gang members, pedophiles, and terrorists, across the country, the statement said. DHS will go to wherever these criminal illegal aliens are, including Chicago, Boston, and other cities. Critics of DHS and National Guard deployments in Los Angeles and Washington, D.C., have noted that many of the people detained by federal law have no documented history of violent behavior. More than half of those arrested since the administration took office do not have a past criminal conviction, according to ICE data obtained this summer by the Deportation Data Project, a team of lawyers and academics, with assistance from the UCLA Center for Immigration Law and Policy. The approval to use the Great Lakes base, which is primarily used for training Navy recruits, comes as Trump asserts broad control to deploy the military domestically in ways that have prompted legal challenges and outcry. The president has pressured Democratic governors to approve National Guard deployments in urban centers struggling with crime and violence, while mostly glossing over similar challenges in cities in Republican-run states. Expanded ICE operations are expected to begin in Chicago as soon as this week, with Trump and his senior advisors leaving it ambiguous whether a military deployment will follow. Military planning reported by the Washington Post last month has raised the possibility of either National Guard or active duty troops being used. Such a mission would almost certainly be contested in court. Judge Charles Breyer of the U.S. District Court in San Francisco found this week that a similar operation in Los Angeles earlier this year violated the Posse Comitatus Act, a federal law that prohibits U.S. troops from participating in civilian law enforcement. The Trump administration has appealed the ruling. Pritzker, the Illinois governor, has repeatedly decried any plan to send troops to Chicago without the consent of state and local leaders. On Tuesday, he told reporters that, in the absence of significant federal coordination, his team had gathered information from patriotic officials inside the government and from well-sourced reporters about Donald Trump's plan, which is to deploy armed military personnel to the streets of Chicago. Pritzker said Trump was looking for any excuse to put active duty on our streets supposedly to protect ICE, and already had begun preparing members of the Texas National Guard for a deployment to Illinois. Texas officials have not commented on the issue. It's unclear how Trump would legally send U.S. troops to Chicago without Pritzker's consent. If the president were to deploy troops under authorities laid out in Title X of federal law, they would likely be tightly restricted on what sort of support they can provide. In June, Trump deployed to Los Angeles a battalion of 700 active duty Marines and federalized 4,000 members of the California National Guard, arguing it was necessary to protect ICE officers and federal property after a handful of violent incidents against federal personnel. Trump also might attempt to deploy National Guard troops in Chicago under another legal status laid out in Title 32 of federal law, but under such status, they cannot legally be deployed without a governor's consent, said Joseph Nunn, a legal expert for the Brennan Center for Justice's Liberty and National Security Program. The president can collaborate with governors to send National Guard troops with federal pay under Title 32 if a governor consents, a possibility that the president floated on Wednesday when he said the National Guard could be deployed in New Orleans to help control crime. Trump on Wednesday muddied the waters on whether he intends to federalize National Guard members and send them to Chicago, suggesting that Pritzker will have to ask for it. "We could straighten out Chicago. All they have to do is ask us," he told reporters. "I want to go into Chicago, and I have this incompetent governor who doesn't want us." Pritzker has emphasized that he will not be asking the president for military assistance in Chicago, and instead wants more civilian law enforcement. "I refuse to pretend that any of this is normal," Pritzker said. "I refuse to concede that the abject cruelty that we are seeing play out with the execution of Trump and White House Deputy Chief of Staff Stephen Miller's policies are okay or justified." Breyer's ruling this week on the deployment of troops to Los Angeles found that the administration violated the Posse Comitatus Act in using troops in standoff roles, such as traffic enforcement. But if the National Guard is deployed in another state with governor's authorization, they could perform law enforcement missions while operating under Title 32 of federal law. "We're making a determination now," Trump said. "Do we go to Chicago, or do we go to a place like New Orleans where we have a great governor, Jeff Landry, who wants us to come in and straighten out a very nice section of this country that's become quite tough, quite bad?"
Interesting. And in a related story, and I know exactly where this where this place is. In Ellabelle, Georgia. I pass it every time I go to Savannah. It's right off of I-16, like literally. You can see it from I-16. Hundreds of undocumented immigrants apprehended in massive ICE raid at Hyundai plant in Georgia. This plant, you can see the dirt here. This is literally a lot of it is still under construction. Excuse me. Hundreds of undocumented immigrants were apprehended during a sweeping immigration raid at a Georgia manufacturing facility Thursday, marking what appears to be one of the largest ICE raids at a single site in the 22-year history of the agency. About 450 people were apprehended as several law enforcement agencies descended on the Hyundai Meta plant site in Ellabelle, Georgia, about 25 miles west of Savannah, officials said, in the latest example of the Trump administration's crackdown on immigration at workplaces across the country. The raid halted construction of a factory being built to produce batteries for electric vehicles, the Associated Press reported. The facility has been touted by Georgia's governor as the largest economic development site in the state's history. The same day, hundreds of miles away in upstate New York, dozens of workers at a family-owned plant that makes nutrition bars were also apprehended during an ICE raid, officials said, drawing the ire of Governor Kathy Hochul. The raids come as Chicago leaders are preparing for a possible National Guard deployment to in step with an expected immigration enforcement operation in the city. At the Georgia site, masked and armed agents gave orders to construction workers wearing hard hats, safety vests as they lined up while officers raided the facility. Video footage obtained by CNN showed. Let's see, can we find that video footage? Bunch of pictures here. They didn't include the video, but it's actually kind of surprising. This is literally, let's see, Schmidt described the ISO raid as overkill. His son Lenny Schmidt, the company, oh shit, okay. They're talking about New York. It could have been handled so much more humanely and decently. Look, you'll see in this next story, Trump ordered strike on suspected drug boat to send a message. That's exactly why these raids are inhumane and theatrical, and the other adjectives that one might use. Trump flooding the zone, shock and awe, whatever you want to call it. These people basically want a demonstration of power. Character matters.
You're listening to Trump-ordered strike on suspected drug boat to send a message, Rubio says. A news story written by John Hudson, Samantha Schmidt, and Alex Horton, and read by an AI-generated voice. Mexico City, U.S. forces could have stopped the boat that officials say was carrying illegal drugs from Venezuela to the United States on Tuesday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said. But President Donald Trump chose instead to destroy it, killing 11 people on board, to send a deterrent message to traffickers. Instead of interdicting it on the president's orders, we blew it up. And it'll happen again, Rubio told reporters Wednesday in Mexico City. U.S. forces launched a precision strike on the vessel as it traveled through the Caribbean Sea, U.S. officials said. When asked if they warned the crew, Rubio said the vessel, like others carrying drugs, posed an immediate threat to the United States, giving the country the right to destroy it. The president has a right to eliminate immediate threats to the United States, Rubio said. This president is not a talker. He's a doer. He's going to do it. The action was a dramatic escalation for the U.S. in its fight against drug traffickers. Lawmakers and legal analysts questioned the legality of launching a lethal strike against civilians in international waters outside of an armed conflict. White House spokeswoman Anna Kelly said in a statement that the strike was conducted against the operations of a designated terrorist organization and was taken in defense of vital U.S. national interests and in the collective self-defense of other nations. An apparent reference to the 2001 authorization for the use of military force enacted by Congress after the 9/11 terrorist attacks that year. It authorizes the use of force against the perpetrators of the al-Qaeda attacks and to prevent future acts of international terrorism. Various lawmakers have tried unsuccessfully for years to repeal the measure, including Vice President J.D. Vance, who as a senator in 2023 co-sponsored the End Endless Wars Act. Kelly also said that the strike was fully consistent with the law of armed conflict. Interpretation of the international law generally depends on the definition of armed conflict between two parties and whether those attacked were participants in it. The administration has not said how the vessel was targeted, who was on board, or the types and quantities of drugs they were allegedly smuggling. Rubio argued the strike was justified because interdicting drug smuggling ships yields insufficient results. It doesn't work, he said. Cartels factor in a 2% loss from interdictions, he said, arguing that drug seizures won't stop them. What will stop them is if you blow them up, Rubio said. The president is going to wage war on narco-terrorist organizations. Last week, the Department of Homeland Security was touting its interdiction efforts. Officials cited the seizure of more than 38 tons of drugs in Operation Pacific Viper, 19 interdictions in the Eastern Pacific and the Caribbean that produced the largest drug offload in Coast Guard history. Aerial imagery posted by Trump and other officials on Tuesday shows a modestly sized boat speeding through open water and then being engulfed in flames. We have tapes of them speaking, Trump said from the Oval Office on Wednesday. It was massive amounts of drugs coming into our country to...
Let's just stop it here and have a look at this video. Whoa. Apparently, I don't know exactly. I didn't see a missile coming in. Let's see what Trump has to say. Oops.
It just happened
Hey,
moments
let me
ago.
rewind it. I didn't realize it spawned.
When you come out and when you leave the room, you'll see that we just, over the last few minutes, literally shot out a boat, carrying boat, a lot of drugs.
Yeah, what's up, man?
And you'll be seeing that, and you'll be reading about that.
Just entertaining the multitudes.
I just got in. I just wanted to drop a link on you for later.
Staff who's been so
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the chat,
including what took place in Iran.
All right,
knocking out potential nuclear power for a long time to come.
Oh yeah,
within a month they would have had
show
it.
This.
We didn't do what we did, but he gave us a little bit of a briefing, and you'll see. And there's more where that came from. We have a lot of drugs pouring into our country, coming in for a long time, and we just these came out of Venezuela, and coming out very heavily from Venezuela. A lot of things are coming out of Venezuela, so we took it out, and you'll get to see that after this meeting is over. Well,
he's looking mighty powerful, and everybody's looking mighty satisfied. Yeah. Well, Dave has blessed us with something rather controversial here. Let's see, what time is it? 8:49. I got a shitload more news stories, but let's take a quick break and see what this is all about. This is called from Frank Zanu. Never heard of him. From 2.0 Motivation, Healing, and New Beginning. He says blacks should stop marrying each other. Oh boy.
Black people don't like black people. Well, according to my next guest who's here to talk about that, that's his conclusion.
Yeah, let's see. Let's skip over the music part.
It helped the women.
Oh, I know.
Children,
okay,
right.
That's right. Frank Zanu.
Community.
Of course.
So would you, just talk about that? Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, help me.
Yeah, this Frank Zanu was brought to my attention by SKC, none other than SKC.
Be introduced on the set of 2.0, my dear friend, Frank Zanu. Frank, how you doing, man?
Very good.
Hey, welcome to 2.0.
Thank you. It's a nice studio, yeah.
Oh.
Thank you so much. And thank you for coming on the show on Wednesday.
Oh, yeah.
Quite a spirited discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said earlier, for this month, we've been talking about the divorce epidemic that we are seeing, just in the world, really. And I know when we were on your podcast, we talked about the rise that we were seeing, and especially within the African American. And it was funny because your conclusion is because black people don't like black people, or we don't support one another, and that's why, like, if we don't support one another in other areas, then how can we truly support one another in the romantic life, right?
That's right.
Yeah. So would you
No, that's an absolutely stupid premise. I literally would expect this on like a Blackosphere podcast. Absolutely stupid premise.
just talk about that a little bit?
Well, you did ambush me there when you said I said we don't like each other. See, it's not. It's a serious topic.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's got to do with us. It's got to do with our children.
Yeah.
It's got to do with our future.
Mm-hmm.
And there is no question about it.
Who
right?
is
you don't
our?
Need to go and look at the statistics. Everybody says it. And it's not just that divorce,
mm-hmm.
but it hurts people. It hurts the women. It hurts children.
Right.
And then it hurts our community.
Absolutely.
And it cannot continue. So I'm really happy that you've brought up this topic.
Mm-hmm.
You think about it. You look at the Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
Huge following. And you will think things like this that affect us, they will bring on people to start talking. No, but they will have Umar Johnson
mm-hmm.
to come and yab about people who are going for snow bunnies and stuff like that. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
So when you came on my show, yes, this is the part 2.
Mm-hmm.
And let me go back and then refresh people's.
Right.
Because after I have made my comments, you ask me, so what is the solution? And I said, well, we should stop marrying each other.
Yeah.
Somebody said, what is the cause of divorce? And I said, marriage is the cause of divorce. But I am no expert
mm-hmm.
on marriage or on any human relationship or anything like that. I'm not even a psychologist. But what I have trained myself to do as a result of my background is, I'm trained to be a journalist.
Yeah.
So I've learned how to collect information about any particular phenomenon,
mm-hmm.
collect enough information.
Right.
And leave the central one, because everybody goes for the quick one.
Right.
which is emotional and, you know, less tasking. Why are they divorcing each other? Oh, the women don't care, the men don't care. The government is making women drive their men out of home. That is the easiest one, you know. And if we continue, well, that is not going to yield any solution.
Right.
So, like I told you on my show, when you sent the topic to me, I began to look at entries in Google and I look at many podcasts and I said, no, nobody is talking about this.
Right. Yeah.
And so I began to look at the relationship between and among blacks as a whole.
Yeah.
Men to men, men and women, parents and children.
Right.
We have to look at all that. And then we can say, why do we think this one particular institution will be different?
Yeah.
So when I came to this country, the first thing you hear very commonly is that blacks don't support each other. When a black person opens a supermarket or a grocery store, blacks won't go there.
Yeah.
The second one is that blacks have what we call the crabs in the bucket mentality. When a black person is trying to do good, the others will drag him down.
Yeah.
We talk about black on black violence.
Right.
Almost all cities across the United States of America. Okay, so you look at all that and you ask yourself, why? If people really like each other, and number two, in this country, blacks share a common history. They were brought here from Africa to be slaves.
Right, unwillingly.
You would think that that condition, when it was over, that would force us to become the most tightest, neatest community in America.
Right.
We've seen it with other groups.
Yeah, of course.
So that alone raised a lot of questions in my mind. How can a people who suffer the same condition historically are the ones now who hurt each other most? So with all the things I've said, then I said the conclusion is then the marriage institution wouldn't work.
Yeah.
The thing is, okay, in nature, the male, you know, is attracted to the female.
Right.
That is natural. Just on all right. So if you see a woman, you're a man, you're going to be attracted to the woman.
Of course.
But we've forgotten that that is just purely instinctual, right? That is the animal level.
Emotional, yeah.
Emotional. But marriage is an institution that is only held tight by culture.
Right.
Indians love each other, or Japanese love each other, Koreans, Arabs, you name it. But you see, they marry on the doctrine of their culture.
Right.
They marry to further something.
Right.
Sometimes they're not even aware of it. Koreans still practice eugenics. They don't just marry because you're good looking.
Right.
They have to look at your background and say, well, I'm marrying him or her because I want to further something which is tied to the culture. Why do we marry black people? That's the thing. I don't think anybody thinks about that.
No.
I'm 25 years old. I'm good looking. She's this. Let me marry.
I have a job. I have a house.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Even soldiers, when they go to war, they say the objective, you know, capture the enemy dead or alive. That is the objective.
Right.
Or the objective is crush the other country and take over. You know, there is an objective for every human project. You must have an objective.
Right.
The objective becomes the driving force. Marriage must have the most powerful objective. And I think other cultures have shown that they have that objective.
Yeah.
What is our objective? That objective would drive the way you relate to each other. Your children will see it. They don't have to learn marriage.
Right.
They immediately inherit it because they watch dad and mom. And, you know, so when they grow up, they know that this is what I have to do to drive the objective of this institution. So question is, what is our objective? Now, you may think that this is only in America. I'm telling you, on the continent today, it's the same thing.
And the continent you mean by Africa?
Yes.
Okay.
Here, you tend to have a media, okay, and other social outlets that tells the story. You know, people are doing research on it because it affects the economy. It affects crime, a whole lot of things. That's why they discuss it much in America.
Yeah.
Over there on the continent, nobody cares about it. The same way people are born and die in any country in Africa, and the government never knew you ever came around because majority of births are not registered. Death is not registered.
Right.
Okay, because you're born in a village, you grew up in a village. But I'm telling you, the divorce epidemic is high.
It is.
And there are two types, like I explained on Wednesday. There is the physical divorce, which is in Africa, and which is the guy leaves the house and walk away.
Yeah.
And then there is the emotional one, which means he's around, but there is nothing if you walk in there to say that these people are married. Now, this was not the case before what we call countries now were made to become countries. When it was tribes, it was a community. You live close to each other. You can see each other.
Yeah.
So it forces the institution to remain. You cannot just walk away from a woman.
Right.
In any community in Africa, they will call you out. They will have you responsible, or they will disassociate you out of the village.
They will disown you.
But now it's a country. There is no one central culture in a country like Ghana, Nigeria. There's no central culture for the country. So now people are living in neighborhoods and they are doing it, and it's just hurting because, like I said, there is no objective, tribal influenced objective. No.
Yeah. So do you think the loss of culture is the price we pay for evolution?
Of course, in everything, the loss of culture. That's why most places that were once interrupted, either by invasion, colonization, or when it is over, the first thing they worry about is to go back and fix what they lost, the culture. If you need to create an artificial one, you create it. Plato said in his Republic that to repair Greek, or the civilization at its worst, is that we must move to a different area where the kids are educated differently. And I think Aristotle or somebody came back and said, but who would educate the young ones? The same infected adults will educate the young ones. So many places, they would have to recreate it. If it's a language, you have to. In many places like India, Hindi is now, the official, the widely spoken language in India.
Right.
So it kind of unites people, language.
So what do you think it all started from? Like, where did we start to lose the culture?
Well, as soon as you arrived here, you were taken from different tribes. Right. So let's say one ship would contain more than 30 different tribes that spoke different languages, different culture, different history, everything. Customs and traditions. You arrived here as slaves. You cannot practice those traditions, which holds people together, or the customs, or the language. So the culture is gone. Once language is gone, culture is out of window, right? So you don't have anything.
So would you say we're still seeking for that culture, or we're still seeking for that very thing we lost? Or maybe we don't know that it's the culture that we're seeking.
That's the point. First, you have to know what you've lost in order to look for it.
Right, exactly.
You need to know. So, I'm a student. I'm a root cause.
Right.
I always, even when something happens to me personally, I have to look for the root cause. I try hard not to go for the emotional response, which has been fed into me. I'll say, wait, and it can take me years to look for it. I will look for it, because if you don't, it's bound to repeat itself. Right. Now, your question is, then what do we do? I know you're going to ask that. Well, I'm never in a rush for solution.
Right.
I think the diagnosis is 50% the solution. There must be a conversation. There got to be a conversation.
Yeah.
But the question is, who is going to bail the cat? Black Americans do not have a leader. It depends on where you go. There's a different leader. Al Sharpton's theory or doctrine is different from Jesse Jackson's doctrine, different from Martin Luther King. Every pocket has its own thought leader, and so you don't have any central theme.
Yeah,
you don't.
Yeah. Well, I think, wouldn't you say, like, most people would consider that Obama was a leader of the black people?
Political leader?
To some degree.
Well, that's political leader. He's a political leader of the Democratic Party, which is a white party.
Okay. So when you're saying the black people don't have a leader, so in what capacity are you talking about? If it's not in the
realm. Let me, and I don't know if Frank. And by the way, Deacon Dave, Frank uses a C before the K in his name. I don't know why. It's an odd spelling. Maybe it's an African thing. But here's the deal. We need to name me a white leader. Name me a Jewish leader. Name me an Arab leader. Name me an Indian leader. Why the fuck do we need a leader in 2025? Are we not capable of leading ourselves? For better or for worse, civil rights probably needed a leader. Do we need a leader now? And my answer is no.
Important one is the social. See, the black problem cannot be solved with political.
No, they don't.
It's a social problem, not a political problem. And now they're trying to solve their social problems with politics. That's why they go out and they have organizations like Michelle Obama get out the vote.
Right.
Get out the vote for what? What? And that's why when Obama left office, he went on the Breakfast Club, and the question they asked him is, you didn't do anything for black people. And then he sat there for 15 or so minutes trying to justify. And I'm thinking, wasted education. You will think this man.
Dave, that was by
didn't
accident.
ask for anything.
Yeah.
That's why I couldn't do anything.
I had no intent.
The Breakfast Club asked her the same question. And she said, hey, listen, I'm not going to tell you that there's any particular thing I would do for black people.
Yeah.
And they held that against her. Well, they asked
You
the
mean
question,
I know how
remember
to
when
think
Biden
critically?
went on the Breakfast
That's not
Club, and I did an
well
episode
level
on it.
set. But
And
it's
when he
not
was about to
abilities.
leave,
It's just
Charlemagne said,
how I was
hey, and you have
taught.
to come back. And he goes, well, if you haven't made your mind to vote for me, then you ain't black. Okay? And then Charlemagne's response was, hey, listen, I'm just here asking for something for my people. Something, he said.
Yeah.
He doesn't even have what he's asking.
Yeah.
Now, the problem we are discussing here, Biden can fix it. The Democratic Party can fix it. The Republicans can fix it.
No.
A politician can fix it. And that's why I had that conversation with Montel Williams.
Right.
That I told him, blacks are doomed in this country, doomed forever.
Yeah.
If they continue voting and waiting on the elections to solve their problem. Because their problem is not a political problem, it's a social problem.
Yeah. And it goes, reminds me of the song by Michael Jackson, right? If you want to make a change, start with the man in the mirror.
Yes.
So I think it's, it comes down to each, individual to really, take the initiative to launch that change.
So we are in a serious quagmire as to where do we start? If somebody would ask that question, well, I will not pretend to be the one with the answer, but at least start having the conversation about it.
Right.
At least start thinking of what is the root cause of this as we are discussing here. There is no way anyone can argue that it's not a cultural problem.
No.
Everything to do with African Americans in this country is a cultural problem.
Of course.
You see, manners, behaviors, ethics, work ethics, these are all culturally driven.
Yeah. Yeah.
You don't teach them in the school.
No.
You inherit them from home. You inherit them from a community. Do you believe? Can you believe that the 50 states in this country, not a single state in America has a black community? If you really define what a community is, there are black neighborhoods.
Neighborhoods, yeah.
But we don't have a black community.
So define the black community for our audience.
Well, take an example of Chinatown.
Okay.
Chinese don't come here saying, oh, I'm rich, then I'm going to live in Greenwich.
Right.
There's a reason they all want to live in Chinatown. Because the kids grow up and they just inherit the culture, the traditions, the customs, because they see another Chinese, a Chinese family, a teacher, a lawyer, an engineer, and they just see it. So for children, the eye teaches them more than the ears. What they see is what they copy.
Exactly.
Now, even in Bridgeport, as small as it is, in Bridgeport is divided into what? 4 parts. Go to Park Avenue, and as soon as you begin to ascend the hill towards Sacred Heart, that is the Jewish community. They have the synagogues there. They have the Jewish community center. They have the Jewish children's home and everything. Next to it is the Greek center. So the Greeks, they bring their kids, they speak in their language. They have the Greek festival every year.
Yeah.
The street is blocked. That's a community. Chinatown is a community. They write everything in Chinese. Flatbush is a Korean town in New York. The churches, the daycare, the primary schools, their businesses, law firms, real estate, all concentrated in one place.
Yeah.
I was in LA in June for a conference, and I decided to go to Little Tokyo, and I was blown away. They took a section of LA, and you see Japanese history on walls, on the streets, you think you are in Tokyo.
Yeah.
So kids grow in that place and they don't have to look far, but they are still in America. America is not a melting pot. It's a salad bowl. Your color, I need to know.
Totally disagree with that.
Tomatoes,
though that is
onion,
close, mosaic is better than salad bowl.
There, you can tell. But they're all part of it. So when I say blacks don't have a community, that's what I mean.
Right. See, I'm trying
I can't believe Frank and I, probably for different reasons, but I've been saying this for quite some time, and people got mad when I said there is no black community. There are communities. And it's a mosaic. It's not a salad bowl or melting pot. We're not that mixed up like a salad. We are a mosaic.
think back to to the time of slavery.
And people think that I'm stupid.
In the ship,
forever.
We were here. That. We're stripped down of our culture, stripped down of our traditions, and all of that. So it's almost like now. I don't want to say we were forced to become Americanized, right? But it's like we were forced to adopt this this new environment, and somehow.
Well, what else were we going to do
into this American life, and then start practicing their tradition or whatever tradition was around, and maybe that's why we lost the sense of culture.
Well, I wish we adopted. We didn't even adapt.
How so?
Well, you take a look at what America, by that, say there is a mistake. I remind myself all the time, I'm an American politically, meaning I ask for naturalization.
Right.
Which means they would allow you to bear the American citizenship, but only as a naturalized immigrant. In my passport, it says American, place of birth, Benin, okay? So I know that I'm not American culturally. I can never be. When a tree falls into a river, it doesn't become a fish. So as long as I remain in this country, I'm still a Beninois. So I'm a Beninois American.
Gotcha.
You say so, you know everything about me already. That is different. So the African Americans could not become Americans. They are in America. They have not adapted, because if they have adapted, then we wouldn't be having this conversation. Their mannerisms and the way they interact with law enforcement and school, it would be the same as, yes, I was saying Westport and Greenwich. So one, we did not adapt, and two, we're not Africans either.
Gotcha.
You see, we got to have this conversation for people to understand. Today, if you go on TikTok, it's all over the place. It started about a month ago. African Americans now have a problem. They said they shouldn't be called African Americans. It's been going on all over discussions.
So what do they want to be called now?
They said they should be called Americans.
Americans?
Yes.
Okay.
So they called them colored people.
Okay.
And then after that, they called them the Negroes. And then after Negroes, Afro-Americans. So in the 60s in Africa, what we know about African Americans is Afro-Americans. And that, if you ask me, is the appropriate name. Like we have Afro-Brazilians, Afro-Cubans, Afro-Latinos. It means that by your skin color alone, your root is Africa.
Yeah.
Chinese are called Chino-Americans. We have Indo-Pakistanese. That prefix is an intellectual one. It's an academic thing.
Right.
But no, they said they didn't want to be called Afro-Americans. So then they started calling them Black Americans. In 1987, I think it was Jesse Jackson who led the effort to say, no, we shouldn't be called Black Americans, we should be called African Americans. Now they say they don't want to be called African Americans because they're not from Africa. What do you mean you're not from Africa?
Yeah.
If you say you're not from Africa, then it means you're saying there was no slavery.
So you're disconnecting from your root.
Yes.
That's pretty much what it is.
You're saying you're not from,
Got it. Yeah.
The African American, the short form is Afro-American. So what would the conversation lead us to? I have always said that self-awareness is powerful. Even though you may not change to become something, but at least you are aware of why you behave in certain ways, your relationship with money, your relationship with education, your relationship with law enforcement. It reminds you that, it's because I'm in a different environment.
Yeah.
Okay. So what we are seeing happening in America is a very simple thing. There is nothing wrong in America peculiar to black people. It's just somebody trying to fit a square pole into a round hole. They are in a wrong environment. That's it.
Got it. Yeah, and I'm wondering, like, how do you shine a light on that particular issue, right?
Well, that's why we have YouTube.
That's why we're here.
And that's why we have 2.0.
Yeah.
If they would listen. And now, listen, it took thousands of years. It wasn't just 10 years, 20 years.
Yeah.
Somebody said the earth was flat. Common sense, you take a look at it, you would conclude it was flat, right? That stood for thousands of years. Nobody had to question it. Now, somebody, and I used to say it a lot, he saying that the earth was round was not what intrigued me, giving us the right shape. Because when we said it was flat, everything was still the same.
Yeah.
We were breathing, eating, sleeping with women, making children.
There was no impact. Yeah,
nothing changed. Yeah. Okay. So for him saying it was round, the shape he revealed was...
Well, again, considering the earth is round was a profound improvement. Okay, Mercator maps, it helped with exploration. We knowing and accepting that the earth was curved. If you've ever navigated, and probably no one here has, I've literally been responsible for getting a ship across the Atlantic Ocean and getting it there on time. Anyway, I don't mean to brag, but it's amazing how, considering the earth was round, profoundly changed navigation, engineering. It didn't change your day to day, but if you are some white who is looking to get to Jamestown in one piece, knowing the earth was round literally meant, the difference between life and death.
Not what intrigued me. What intrigued me was, what nerve for him alone against the kings and the church to say, I'm going to say it anyway. Right. That intrigued me.
Had to be brave enough.
To say it, one person.
Right.
And lo and behold, he was Galileo. Yes, he was ostracized, or what they call disassociated, and said he should never make any public utterance until I think he went underground with the Illuminati. So say the story, you understand? So yes, things like this that we are saying here today, we will not live to see the result. But somebody's going to listen to, because these are not time constrained conversations. These are things that are going to stay. Somebody's going to listen to this and say, so what do we do?
Yeah.
You see, Isaac Newton did not discover gravity, but he was the only person who asked the question that forced people to say, well, then something must be pulling objects down.
Yeah.
So the question he asked led other scientists to rush into their basement to say, he's right. Why do things only fall perpendicular to the earth? Why do they not fall vertical upward or sideways? Something must be pulling them. You see, that caused scientists to say, then let's go look for what is pulling. You see, then whoever came with the answer, the credit is still for the one who asked the question. So what we're doing here is, what is the epidemic? What is the cause of the epidemic among blacks? And I'm saying it, I've given a lot of examples. Unless somebody says I'm wrong, then the person should tell me why.
Yeah.
And we also must be careful with how we rush to answers. I say it all the time. Conclusions are soft prisons we build around ourselves. Because once you make a conclusion about something, you're done.
Yeah.
Okay. So nobody should take my word for it. But somebody should take the time and ask, why this particular thing will be so common among people who lost their culture?
Yeah, to investigate.
Marriage institutions has to be built on a culture.
Yeah.
It dictates how the man, why they say you are the head of the family. It dictates why you are the queen of the household.
Yeah.
The children then will understand the relationship they have with these two institutions that have come together as one.
Right.
And that we must talk about. So what is the way forward? Well, it is up to some wise men one day to say, okay, is it too late? No, it's not. I've seen phenomena where people got tired finally and say, the Amish, they are white.
Yep.
Why did they insist they must have a separated or segregated community in America? because their belief, their traditions, their customs, they don't want to lose it.
No.
You lose that, you have
lose
nothing
everything. Yeah,
left.
exactly.
So you can laugh at them for not having televisions and laptops, but you see, they are living a life of quality and value with an objective for their children.
And peaceful.
And peaceful.
Yeah.
But here we are only interested when somebody is running for office and it happens to be a...
This dude is literally limited. Okay, he's not taking into account history. He is literally doing a surface level esoteric us and them argument. Why, Deacon Dave, you think this dude is profound? I don't know. He's profoundly esoteric. It's a profoundly esoteric argument. And by the way, if you read Thomas Sowell, actually, Black people have assimilated, at least the people he's talking about, the Black rednecks, that's assimilated culture. Okay, dude, you gotta be able to connect dots. You cannot just listen to one person without bouncing it against your other hero, Thomas Sowell. This idea that Blacks haven't assimilated, Thomas Sowell says, well, a lot of Blacks, at least in the inner city, have assimilated into the lowest common denominator of white culture. And he has a point. Start thinking, Deacon Dave. Stop just accepting what Frank says without scrutinizing it. He's wrong on the assimilation point. He's wrong in comparing Black Americans with the Amish. This version of why can't we be like the Amish is a stupid, esoteric argument. And if you don't scrutinize it, if you buy it hook, line, and sinker, you wind up nowhere, really, in a utopia. Ugh. Don't let me get frustrated on my own goddamn program.
Democrat. Here we are when a mulatto says,
"What's up,
he
Wale?"
didn't even say he's Black. We told him, Obama, you're Black. Well, what can he say? He came along with it.
How you doing, Wale?
Hey, good morning, Stan. How are you, man? I'm good. I mean, I'll answer your question. I'm good. That's how I'm doing. How are you?
What question did I present to you?
How are you doing?
Oh, yeah, I guess that was a question. Well, good to know you're doing well.
Oh, yeah, thank you. How are you?
Well, today frustrated. I've been frustrated for the past 36 hours.
Wow.
With Black kids, mostly. Black people, Black kids, the Blackosphere.
Ooh. What somebody call that Black derangement syndrome? What is it called? Black exhaustion? It's called something now.
No, it's not Black exhaustion. It's more like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Why aren't you reading books and learning? Why are you just accepting what Frank Zanu says without actually scrutinizing it against the other books you're supposed to be reading? People want to take shortcuts. Oh, this sounds good, I'm going to adopt it, without actually bouncing it against their 20 or 30 years that they should have been reading about this shit. It's just frustrating. Frank Zanu, literally, it sounds good. I'm not saying he's totally wrong. I'm just saying it's not deep enough. And Deacon Dave says he doesn't overthink things. Well, sometimes when you're a busy young father and you have a young family, you don't get the chance to cogitate, but leave it to people like me who do have time to. And Frank is basically very surface level in this talk.
Okay, that's the guy you're talking about, but
the guy in the orange shirt.
But Deacon Dave had said that I had written here that I said something that I didn't say. And I would
hold on one
appreciate.
second. Let me go back. Let me bring it up on the screen.
Okay, that's cool.
Because I saw it. Here you go. And Dave is a fan of yours, by the way.
He says that, I understand.
It's up on the screen. Roz, Wale defined being a nigga means a black that refuses to assimilate. Knowing that should provide context as to why whites and blacks have issues. I think that's absolutely idiotic. His assessment is idiotic. Go ahead and clarify this, because he's quoting you. You have the floor to clarify.
Yeah, I never define a nigga. A nigga means a black nothing. I never said any. I never said.
Oh yeah, hey Wale, if I misquoted you, I apologize. And it's a possibility. But what I took from what you said, I think you was on the panel with SKC and Stanley. You were saying how there was a fight to not assimilate, and that's what you took pride in.
Well, wait, hold it. A fight to not assimilate? Look, I literally just said that Thomas Sowell says he doesn't say blacks, back when he wrote the book. And I'm just going to say blacks, and I'll be more specific as I need to. The blacks he's talking about are essentially the inner city. That's what Thomas Sowell was talking about. Even Thomas Sowell wasn't talking about. Well, let me finish what I'm saying.
Not Thomas Sowell, but Wale. Go ahead.
Blacks have assimilated. Thomas Sowell's argument is they assimilated white redneck culture. And to a certain extent, I can buy that argument. But, it's kind of, even Thomas Sowell, in my opinion, is a little too surface level. But anyway, that's all right. You guys go ahead. You guys have the floor. Hash it out, and I eagerly await. And I'll interject as needed. But blacks have assimilated, just not high culture. And you telling me I overthink things, dude? That's what I do.
Yeah, that's fine. It's the difference between me and you. But go ahead, Wale. If you wanted to clarify.
That's why I'm better than you.
And that's fine too. There are a lot of people better than me. I never claim to be the greatest. I don't have a show.
I am kidding. Let's just say I have had the time to delve deeper. I understand you're a father of a young family, so y'all go ahead.
And you have my respect, Stanley. You really do.
So go ahead, Wale. You guys hash this out. I didn't get what you got from what Wale said. Okay. As a matter of fact, it's a culture in and of itself.
Yeah, Wale, if you could clear that up for me, I'll take it back.
You said if you believe in white supremacy, then you're probably a nigger.
That's my own philosophy.
Okay, and you said that after you referred to me, something that you refers to me as having said, and so I just wrote down. I mean, I posted what I actually said relative to anything that I could get from what you said, and I was speaking of a slave and a slave mentality. A slave is one who has quit fighting, surrendered, converted, and subjugated. That's what I said. And I said subjugated. I didn't really say assimilated, because you cannot assimilate. It's an impossibility. That's why the whole thing was set up, so you couldn't assimilate. In 1800s, whatever year that they decided to make this thing, the slave thing, a racial thing, because before that, indentured servitude was the going thing, and it was not based on race at all. It had absolutely nothing to do with race. Prior to that, slavery had nothing to do with race. Prior to indentured servitude, slavery itself had nothing to do with race. They were enslaving crackers. Anything could be enslaved. Anybody could be enslaved. That's how slavery worked back in the day. If you ain't on our side, you could be enslaved, period, point blank, the end. And then they did the indentured servant thing for a while. I'm talking about people over the planet, more or less. And then in America, they got into the British and the rest of them started getting into the racial slavery. In America, they bonded the racial slavery. And not only that, they kicked it a little bit more by making it what they call chattel slavery, where they actually own the person and everything that the person owns, like a cow, right? So if a cow has a cow, it's their cow. Like that's chattel slavery. That kind of slavery, and that anything that the slave owns, the slave master, as is being used in the term is being used in America, owns whatever the slave owns, produces. Like if the slave shits gold, then the slave owner owns the slave's shit. And that's how they do in America. That's how they started doing in America. That started happening after the 1700s. It was morphing into that, and by the 1800s, it was codified or codified, made into law. Otherwise, it was just, somebody doing their thing over here, doing their thing over here. But then when it became codified and made into law, and the government of whatever place that calls itself a government made it into law, this type of thing. And then everybody in that area under that jurisdiction had to abide by that law, was required to abide by that law. And that's how that got started. But other than that, a nigga can't assimilate. That's why they made the slavery based on race, so he couldn't assimilate. During the time of indentured servitude, a lot of crackers would just simply abscond. And they'd show up in New York, show up someplace else, and you wouldn't know nobody would know who they are. They're just another cracker. But when they decided to limit it to racism and made every nigga, Virginia did that in 1861. They say, 31. They say, listen, the Virginia government of Virginia, it was still a colony under the British rule at the time. It wasn't even American.
Not in 1831, they weren't.
1831.
1831.
Oh, okay. It was still a colony.
We were the United. No.
Okay, wait a minute.
1831 is after 1776 and 1789.
What would you call the
We were the United States in 1831, is my point.
Okay, I'll go with that. Stan.
Well, no, it is literally history. 1776.
Yes. Thank you.
Are you talking 1661?
I don't think I'm talking 16, but I might be. It might be. That's the point, because I'm not real good with the numbers like that.
Okay. Well, that's understandable, but just understand that literally the United States in 1831, Virginia was a state, literally a state, not even a colony.
One of the states by then after 1776.
Correct.
Okay. I appreciate you correcting me, especially on the numbers, because I do mix up the numbers, man.
No, that's understandable.
Dyslexic like that. I'll be looking at a number and call it backwards. So I understand. Thank you. So what I'm going on to say, they made it a racial issue to make it easy to know who they dealing with, so that any nigga you see is a slave. That's how they get to 12 years a slave. That movie. Any nigga you see is a slave. It didn't matter if he was dark skinned. They even said it in one of their laws, and that was I think that was in the. I'm mixing up these doggone dates, so I won't say what date it was. But they had in one of their laws that said any what they call it, Negroes, Indians, or mulattoes will be enslaved If you don't want to be enslaved, get the hell out of Virginia, because Virginia, that's what we doing. And that's what the law said. And a lot of people left Virginia as a result, because Virginia had a ample amount at the time of that of free, what they call free colored people. That means people who were not enslaved, not people who were freed that used to be enslaved, but people who were never enslaved. They had an ample amount of them kind of people, and them people were running things, and they was upsetting the cart of slavery, because a person that's quoted a slave would see these free niggas walking around and be like, what's up with this? How do you do that? And then it was a lot of guys that were actually, not guys, people that were actually enslaved at one time, and they bought themselves out of slavery. You know, they just paid the bond, because slavery was about a bond at one time. And so they just bought the bond, paid the bond. They could work after they worked for the slave master, as you call it. They could work on the side and do other odd jobs and get money, because they weren't the ownership of the slave master. They were bonded slaves. They weren't chattel, they were bonded. So what they did, what they wanted to do was change that whole system, because a lot of people were coming out, and when people were coming out of the indentured servitude, crackers, Indians, whoever, it didn't matter. They would bond, work together, because they weren't. If the racism wasn't heavy like it is now, so people would work together. Matter of fact, a lot of them guys actually bonded up together, coming out of indentured servitude, having worked at one place or one plantation or one job or whatever it was. They got their freedom from their servitude over a period of years, right? Indentured servitude. And then they went into business for themselves. And a lot of times they were rivaling the slave master. He was like, wait, if they keep doing this, they'll take over our business. They had to stop them from working together, especially when the crackers and the niggas were working together. They had to stop that, because them niggas were kicking it. They were about to take over. They were taking over places, financially and business-wise, when they worked together. And so they say, oh, no, we got to do something. So they invented white privilege in order to sever the bond between the niggas and the crackers. They invented white privilege so that the cracker would feel a distinct difference between him and the nigger. And they invented racial slavery, where only niggas were slaves.
That's 1661 or 62, Maryland, Virginia. And I can never remember which did which, but those were the 2 years that were pivotal.
Okay. So
it was like almost 100 years before America was even, founded.
Okay, that was under British rule then, right?
Yes.
Okay. And 70.
Now the really odd thing, and it doesn't really matter. I was going to talk about 1772, the Somerset decision, but it doesn't really matter to your point.
No, tell me, because I don't know this one.
Well, the Somerset decision basically made slavery illegal on English soil. Now, it didn't touch slavery in the colonies, but on English soil, like, it was almost like the North. Like, if you could escape from the South to the North, you would be free.
Go ahead.
In theory, because there were fugitive slave laws and stuff like that. But England basically said, it's an interesting story. And you know what? Actually, I'm going to talk about it at some point. Maybe I'll do a short or video essay. It's fascinating. It's fascinating how Somerset was like the Lord Chief Justice of of England at the time. And his son had gotten a black woman, an African woman, pregnant I think it was his son. I'll have to go back and look at the history, but he wound up being the ward of a mixed race, half African, half English girl. I think if it wasn't his granddaughter, it's like a grandniece or something. And they think that's literally getting to know this little girl influenced his decision. It's like, they grew fond of this girl, he and his wife did. And that supposedly was a major influence on why he did not want to see black people enslaved on English soil, because he realized they were human beings. Funny enough, Britain actually was better on race than the United States was. There's another thing that maybe I'll tack on to the Somerset decision, and it's been done, but it's fascinating how bad the United States was with race. It's amazing, and it was all for economics. But anyway, I don't mean to derail you all, but it's kind of fascinating.
The Somerset thing is where I was leading to. I was going there, but I was going toward it from a different angle.
Well, that's my bad. I got you.
Ain't your bad, cousin. You set it up. That ain't bad. You actually did good. You set the table by setting up the Somerset angle, because I was coming in 4 years later.
Gotcha.
In the 70s, 72 is around the time Aquilano. You know who I'm talking about?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay. Him and another guy, I forget the other guy's name right off. Something, damn. I should know his name. They spell it so funny, it's hard for me to remember it. But it's something like Oni something, his name is. Anyway, them two guys were in England in 72. In 74, around that same time, just before 1776. What was happening was the English were moving toward abolition of enslavement, like you talking about the Somerset guy, right? The Americas, like you said, America, like you said, was like, no, we're not doing that. But England had certain things on, what they call them? Restrictions. England had certain restrictions on the colonies, telling the colonies not to enslave the indigenous people. Right? That was part of their thing, because they,
Well, they came to the conclusion that they couldn't enslave Native Americans probably round about that 1619 time, if not before then. And the reason being is the Indians literally knew the land. Like, if your slave escaped, you would never find him, because he would be hidden, by fellow Indians, and they knew the lay of the land better. They knew where to hide. They knew how not to be found. And also at the time, Jamestown, for instance, they were very vulnerable and dependent on Indians. Indians attacking Jamestown, they'd wipe out the whole damn, they would wipe everybody out. There were more. And so
surprisingly, the Indians did not do that. They did not wipe. They could have instantly.
Well, no, there've been some times. There've been. If you go back, there's a book called American. I think it's called Slavery's Constitution, and I can't remember. I have to recall the author's name, but essentially, it's a history of colonial Virginia. It's fascinating. And, they talk about how dependent initially the English people were so dependent on the Indians. And it was a back and forth. It's fascinating. I recommend the book. One of these days I'll talk about it. Books like these will influence a lot of your thinking about how bad America, the United States in particular, was on slavery. People want to talk about, everybody throughout time had slavery. If you read a history of Virginia, you will know why the United States was so unique. So, and I don't want to steal your thunder. You were rolling. Go ahead and roll.
Hey, Stanley, I just want to say this before I drop down because I'm about to get real busy. Hey, Wale, if I misquoted you, I apologize, man.
I appreciate that. Thank you. You don't have to quote me. You read something from my stuff or something like that.
Put that link in the back. As a matter of fact, fuck it. Let's make you a moderator. You can drop that stuff directly into the chat.
Oh, beautiful.
I mean, if you got stuff written, why have you not told me so I could, dude, drop any reading material? Give me one sec. Type something in the chat. Oh, no, never mind. I found you.
Wale, you selling on Amazon?
Not right now. I anticipate soon. But the thing I'm saying is I have that what they call that thing, a channel on YouTube, and I have over 3. I think
drop your channel, drop your reading material. You're a moderator. Drop the links in.
I just did it. So thank you. Yeah.
But I appreciate you, Wale, and I gotta drop down, guys. I'll be back up later. I got some more shit to talk to you, Stanley. All right.
Do you now?
I'm gonna roast your ass. When I come back, I'm gonna roast you.
Yeah, well, hit a man when he's down.
So yes, Dave, be good to yourself.
You too, Wale. All right, peace.
All right, well, let's get back to the venerable.
What I wanted to say was around the time of this, and I've seen movies about this, and I didn't recognize when I was watching the movie where it fit in and stuff. And I've read books or terms that mention stuff and didn't recognize where it fit in, but now I'm putting all them little pieces together. And what happened around the time you were saying of Somerset 72, those guys, Aquilano and another guy was over in England, and the delegation from Nigeria, I say Nigeria, but I don't mean Nigeria. There was no Nigeria at the time that I know of. The delegation from, we should say from Benin. The delegation from Benin was over in England too, on an abolition thing. Not not on abolition to end slavery, because the system of bonding that was in Benin, they had a system of bonding where a person was bonded, like they needed something and they would write a bond, like I'll pay you $100, and they, whatever the bond was, and they had to work it off. And that's the system of bonding I was talking about. It's more like indentured servitude, because you still have rights and everything, like even in Virginia, even in Virginia colony in the 1600s, the people who were indentured servants and slaves had rights. They could actually take people to court. They had their own they had their own person. They weren't the person of another, they weren't the property of another person. That other person had a bond, so they were obligated to that person, but they were not the property of that person. Chattel slavery became the property of that person. You get what I'm saying? The difference came out.
I do.
And then they couldn't do that with nobody, because, it took a while to do it. And in order to affect it, they had to racialize it, because, like I said, even in the indentured servitude, crackers would just simply abscond, just walk away, and they mix with other crackers. How you gonna find them? It's just another cracker. But and like you said about Indians or the local people who were here when they got here, they just walk away. How you gonna catch them? They know where they going. They ain't confused. If you treat them, if you behave badly and they want to leave, because a lot of people dealt with the colonizers. I don't know the colony people.
Yeah, colonizers. Well, colonizers or colonials.
Okay, let's say
if you
colonial.
live in a colony, you're a colonial.
My understanding is that the local people who were already on the planet on the place when the colonials arrived behaved very well with the colonials. They welcomed them in, fed them, and all kind of stuff. They were not hostile toward the colonials at all. But
you mean the Indians? Or the natives?
Exactly.
No, they weren't. Look, I can't remember the exact name for the term because I'm getting old and, sometimes terms don't come immediately to mind. But Europeans, the English in particular, they literally claimed land that, Indians didn't have a form of ownership of land. They also didn't have standard farming practices. They didn't have European farming practices. So there's this biblical thing about being a good steward of the land. And being a good steward means, the land is cleared and the furrows, the rows of crops are straight. Indians didn't farm like that. They basically planted stuff. And once the land started becoming infertile, they had so much land, they would just move the whole operation to another virgin patch of forest. They would let the land they were farming lie fallow for 10 years. I mean, they rotated crops. Crop rotation was happening because there was just abundant land. And hey, you know what? The stuff we're growing here has stopped doing so well. Let's move it to another patch of land. That patch of land we left, just let it go wild. In 10 years or whatever the number of years, we'll come back to it. And the British basically found that not a good use of land. They're like, God has basically told us how to manage land, and these savages are not managing it according to the way we think it should be managed. Therefore, we're just going to take it. It's almost like treating these people like children. If you give your kid a toy and the kid just wants to be destructive with the toy, you just take the toy.
Cousin, that's how they consider all people. That's how they consider what you call blacks. That's how they consider what you call Indians. And rightfully so, that's how they consider all as being.
Well, you know what, and you're absolutely right. I literally heard "Be Brave." I'm gonna go back and find the clip because it just I love how direct "Be Brave" is. He literally said, "Hey, well, I'm going to show you the clip. Let me go ahead and play Frank. Let this go. Okay. I'm going to find that Be Brave clip because it was, I definitely want your reaction to this because what you just talked about, whites, and this is the essence of white supremacy. Be Brave literally said, hey, whites are number one, blacks are number two. They need to be happy being number two. Because they're living like kings. Oh, you did hear that?
Yeah, you played it a couple of times.
Okay, all right. Well, then I don't need to go back and replay it. What the fuck did you think of that? I found that appalling. If not anachronistic, why is a bottom-feeding white man telling black people they're second best? We're all better than you. I don't get this. Why is he associating himself? Essentially, he is associating himself with what he thinks is the number one demographic or race. Just he associates himself as one of the winners because of the color of his skin. That is definitional of a racist. The motherfucker has not done shit with his life, yet he considers himself at the top of the heap because of the color of his skin. And that's literally how they used to keep po white trash feeling good about themselves. Hey, you're white like me. You know, even if you got a PhD, like W.E.B. Du Bois is way more accomplished than your bottom feeding ass, but you're better because of the color of your skin. That's literally. And again, what's more disturbing to me, be brave is not surprising. I expect that kind of behavior from a 70-year-old, white trash dude. It's the blacks who literally get into his chat and go, "You're right, Brave." That 70% of somebody in my chat talked about that 70% number Be Brave talks about today. The fuck? Why are black people, young black people, listening to this white trash motherfucker declare himself a part of the winning group when most of them have done more with their lives than he has?
And they agree with him, with his statement.
Oh, dude, they not only do they agree with him, they quote him. John Galt. John Galt thinks Be Brave is more successful than I am.
Of course. It doesn't matter. What it is he thought that before he met either one of you.
Oh, absolutely he did. And I, as a matter of fact, I talked earlier about a conservative columnist for the New York Times. And then Aramiose Frimpong, who you may have seen on my show. I show his videos fairly often. Culture is key. Okay, you can give someone in the hood all the money in the world, but unless they realize that, hey, I have to change my ways, I have to educate myself, I have to create a new paradigm for my life. And I wish you'd been here the other day. I went up on a panel the other night, and I was just fucking shocked at how, and they were all younger people, but I felt sad for them in the end. They just cannot take their brain out of the hood. I mean, essentially, if you didn't grow up in the hood, you ain't black. If you don't think the way that a fundamentalist Black Baptist preacher thinks, you ain't black, you're immoral. Truly, and I don't really get that upset. And when I say upset, I mean not like raging mad or anything like that, but it was truly disturbing, and it made me feel sad. That people, dude, people just
colored people you're talking about. These are colored people you're talking about.
Yeah, it was a group of young black people up on a panel, another show. And I don't usually go up on other people's panels, but the subject was kind of compelling, and they know who I am. They knew I'd be controversial, but what I said didn't seem to be controversial to me. It was, I was just kind of shocked.
I hear you.
It's like critical thinking.
That's out.
It's almost like, that you've heard people say, well, critical thinking or math is white. That's almost how I felt. They practically call me white. because I started talking about what's legal and what's not versus what's moral and what's not. And then they decided over a word they wanted to go to the dictionary. They had to look it up. And I'm like, dude, I don't have to look up a word. I know what it means because I'm 60 and I try to use language precisely. I made a point about what they were calling weird. I called unusual. Weird is like, almost like saying something shouldn't happen. Unusual means that it does happen, just kind of rarely. And they had to look up the difference between those two words, weird and unusual.
That's beautiful. So you're inspired.
Well, no, it wasn't beautiful. It was like, why the fuck? These people were all over 30. Why the fuck don't they know the difference between the two words?
They know now, being over 30 plus.
Come on. They should have known way before I came up there. I just assumed they knew the difference.
I was you saying, say shoulda, woulda, coulda, just the other day. So I'm Emily shoulda. You helped them to reach that.
These people are raised
yesterday. Now they know because they know you. They were not exposed to certain things until they're exposed to those things. And you just
that's what Dave and that's what people tell me, but I was rattled. It's like
beautiful.
Okay, well,
but then I see things as beautiful,
right?
Because I'm into the creative type of thing.
Well, I'm kind of a glass half empty kind of guy. It's like, dude, y'all are raising kids, and you don't know the difference.
But now they know.
Dude, if you are almost 40, there's some things you should know.
Oh, see, that's what I mean. I had to tell my daughter to ignore those kind of statements because those kind of statements makes a person feel insecure, and unaccomplished. Oh, you ain't did this by 40. You, man, I personally, I beat and kick somebody who's like a guy told you elder and you supposed to know this. How the hell he know if he's 24?
Come on now, Wale, you gotta have standards.
That's what I'm saying now. You gotta have standards, and one of the standards is that everybody is different. Everybody's moving at a different pace. The standard has to be real. If you're just gonna try to make
let me ask you a question though. Look, if someone comes up thinking differently than you do you just trash them?
Not at all.
Well, I do if I think I can prove you wrong. And dude, that's why you have grades in school. Okay, to get promoted to second grade, you have to meet some standards to pass the first grade. That's kind of how I mean, there is a baseline that everyone should be expected to know. And I don't know. I just think differently. And I'm not inclined to be, well, obviously I'm not that creative. And the other thing is I'm not inclined to be kind either. There's some things that you almost have to actively not want to know to not know it. I mean, you actively, if you get up on a YouTube panel and you want to talk about Black culture, how about read about it? How about know some stuff about it? What you learned in the hood on the street corner doesn't qualify you to be an expert on what is Black. And too many people think that. I grew up in the hood, therefore I, from all my anecdotal experience, know what it means to be Black. That's bullshit. There is so much depth to the Black American culture that you'll never know enough about it because you can't learn it all. And I think when you start venerating hood culture to a point to where you think hood culture is Black culture, is definitional of Black culture, I think you're flattening what it means to be Black in the United States. Being Black in the United States is a multitude of things, and flattening it to hood culture is almost an insult. Black people thinking if you ain't hood, you ain't Black, or like Joe Biden, if you don't vote for me, you ain't Black. That's literally what venerating hood culture as the definition of what it means to be Black. It's the same thing. So anyway, I'll stop my rant.
I don't go with the Black thing, first of all, period, because what you just said, actually, you take a can of paint and just throw it, black paint, and just throw it over everybody, and now everybody, we all Black. I ain't for that. People are different. You got different people here. And if you just throw them all, paint on all of them and say, oh, y'all all Black, then you'll have this argument about, well, you ain't Black enough. Well, you don't represent me, and all that noise. It's just noise that we spend our time and energy on instead of creating. We just making a bunch of noise and arguments. See, but because we got this paint all over us, and I don't want that. I done washed it off, and I ain't never gonna be Black. Ain't no Black experience, ain't no Black history, ain't no Black culture. No Black. I only know Black paint they tried to throw over all of us, and I ain't buying that. And that's where I'm at. And so it don't matter. I don't have no argument about who's Blacker or who's the Blackest or Black history or none of that. It don't matter to me. Because ain't none of it Black. We are people.
I get your point.
And I ain't going for nothing less than being a people. And I have, and I determine my story. Nobody else determines that, man. You could say something about it. You could talk about it, but you can't determine it. That's my purview. I was going
all right, well,
77. I mean, whatever the year we were talking about with the decision you were talking about, the British wrote a letter to the colored people of America at the time because they were trying to recruit people. And this guy, Coffee, his name Coffee, I forget his first name, but he was a mariner. He was a mariner, a shipbuilder and stuff. And he thought he could work with the Americans because he knew them guys. He knew the guys that were involved in stuff. Coffee I'm talking about, right? He was a famous guy, a colored guy in America. Mostly he spent his time up by the Quakers up in the but he started in Virginia. He just moved up that way. And after the 1776, he threw down with the Americans for the freedom because they were talking about freedom and every man free and all that kind of shit, that freedom stuff. And the British guy sent him a letter. They actually captured Coffee on a boat because, the British were doing that maritime stuff big time. They had the big Navy thing going on. So he was fighting them. He got captured. He was captured for like six months or so like that before he was released anyway. But he was throwing down with the Americans because they were talking all that freedom stuff. And the British was telling the colored people, they wrote letters and flyers or whatever, and told them that the Americans will enslave you. They're not gonna, they say all of that stuff so you'll help them. But once they get free from the British, like they trying to do, they're gonna enslave y'all. I'm telling you. And some of the colored people in America worked with the British to fight the Americans, and a lot of them went to different places like England and stuff after the war. Calmed down. The artillery part of it calmed down. They went to live in different places like England and whatnot, or other English properties, like Canada somewhere. I think they went in Nova Scotia, somewhere like that. Anyway, but Coffee had tried to open a school right after they did the 1770 thing, and he went to the offices because we all Americans now, and freedom and all this kind of stuff is ringing, that kind of attitude. But he was up north, and he asked them to help open a school, and they told him, no, we ain't gonna open no school where niggas can go to school. So he took his own money and opened a school on his own dime. And the school that he opened was for everybody, not just colored people. He opened the school for everybody. So what happened was he got discouraged because him and all the people that he was hanging out with, which I guess people would refer to them as like boule-ish Negroes, they were, they just had position and knew things, and they were working toward making their people, I call them kings and queens personally. I don't call them boule. I think they just people who found themselves in a position and try to work their people up. And him and them other guys put in petitions about voting. They put in petitions about land ownership and stuff. And they kept getting knocked down by the American courts. And they said, wait a minute, y'all not doing what y'all said, this freedom thing, the Declaration of all men born free thing that y'all said. And that's when they started talking about moving to Liberia and Sierra Leone and leaving the country, because they say that this crack ain't gonna never be right with us. You can read their papers. They actually wrote papers about what I'm talking about. The people like Cuffy and the other people that went to Liberia and colonized Liberia and stuff. Them guys wrote papers saying why they left. And they never get a chance to be free in America. So they figured maybe they'll try Africa, see if they can do anything over there. And then when they got over there, they realized the Africans don't want them over there. And so they had to figure out what they're going to do. And now they still got problems with the Africans over, because they're a colony of niggas from America going over there trying to, blend in, because the cracker came and kicked the colony, the niggas out of America and enslaved them and stuff. So that's what the people left after 1776, and up until the 1812. By 1812, they were doing this thing about bringing in other people like the Chinese and other groups of people in large numbers. They started bringing in the Indians to the Caribbean, Trinidad, someplace else they took South Africa, places like that. They were shipping Indians from Hindustan. They were shipping the Hindustani Hindus to Trinidad and that other place I mentioned, South America. They shipped millions or thousands to South America. They sent thousands to Trinidad. Trinidad is half Hindi. The population of Trinidad is 48%, 49% Hindi.
V.S. Naipaul, one of my favorite authors, is from Trinidad. He's of South Asian descent.
Yeah, they're Hindis. I've been to Trinidad. I've seen it. I was in Trinidad. I was in Trinidad. They had 5 television stations on the, that was before so much internet. They had 5 television stations, right? It still was internet, but not so much, right? Like it is now. They had 5 television stations. 4 of them were Hindi. The only one that wasn't Hindi was run by the government directly, a big conglomerate like NPR, not NPR, NBC or something like that, right? But the other 4 stations were all Hindi. 3 of them were in Hindi language.
So what's your point?
My point is, even though Hindis make up 50% of the population, they are controlling 80, 90%.
Okay, well, yeah, but I'm still not sure of your point. They are as native. I think Africans have been there longer, but you do realize that the Hindis were essentially indentures. So I'm still not sure of your point. I mean, in my opinion, they're as native as the Africans are to Trinidad.
Yeah, that's your opinion, and you're welcome to keep it.
Well, no, his history will back me up on that.
That's not even. I just told you when they arrived. Niggas been in
again. They are as native as the African heritage people there. Are you saying? Are you basically saying that the Hindis have taken advantage of the Africans, which might be true?
The Hindis
are. No, go ahead.
The Hindis were sent by the British to what the name of this place called? Oh, Trinidad, to replace the niggas there.
And
them niggas there are not Africans; they're niggas.
Okay, what I'm trying to tell you is that I would say the Hindus are as much, maybe not quite the same degree of victim as the Africans are. You do remember India was a colony of Britain as well.
Go ahead.
Well, I don't have to go ahead.
I know
they were almost in a way similar to the poor, refuse of society that started the Virginia colony.
You're talking about
I just don't see what the relevance of Hindis owning all the radio stations or the television statements. I don't know why that's important. I guess that's what I'm asking. Why is it important? What is the point? What is the relevance to the slavery argument of television stations in Trinidad being pretty much all owned by people of Hindu descent? Why is that important?
Maybe you don't understand the
importance
of
enlighten me. That's why I ended my sentence with a question mark, because I don't understand.
It's because of the importance of media in society. Media in society.
And
media
see that doesn't quite. So what if media is important?
Oh, okay.
What is the cultural point you're trying to make relative to African slavery? Or maybe I just totally
talking about African slavery. I never mentioned African slavery.
Okay, Wale, now you're trying to be too cool and too slippery for school. My question to you is, so what if all the radios or television stations in Trinidad are owned by non-blacks? Is that your point? They're owned by non-African heritage people?
I'm saying, if you would just listen to what I'm saying.
Dude, I don't have all day. Can you just make the point so I can understand it? I am obviously slow, so help a brother out.
I've made the point 5 times, and every time I try
and
to help
I don't think you have a point.
Okay, that's all right too. You're welcome to think that.
Or I'm just too slow on the uptake. That's possible as well.
Either way, it's good with me.
Good. So let's get back to Frank here, who is a piece of work. He is spouting esoteric truths, but nothing deep.
Told him this black,
so
he ran with it.
And then he said, well, they're calling me black, I gotta accept it,
Got it.
And then we were jumping up and down.
Yeah. So I think it's probably a good segue for us to go to the question that we ended your podcast on, right? I think we were talking and we said, what do you think is the impact of social media on the divorce that we're seeing now?
Yeah, they say that art imitates life. Otherwise, artists will not have anything to. So imagination is not so mysterious, Yeah. Imagination, you have to know something first in order to then, fabricate it.
Right.
Okay. So social media is not causing the divorce. Social media is only highlighting what is going on.
No, yeah, it's not causing it, but would you agree that it may be a contributing factor?
No, not at all. How could it be? Why is it not a contributing factor to the Jews? Why is it not a contributing factor to the Dearborn, Michigan Arabs who live there? No. Why is it not a contribution factor to divorce to explode among Chinese?
I mean, I don't know what the divorce statistic is among the Chinese, and I don't know if we could directly relate it to social media. But what I'm saying is that sometimes there are certain things that you're watching on social media, and then it kind of like makes you question or makes people question their relationship. Right?
No, but I'm saying if that were the case, if social media, we're all human, we all consume media.
Yeah.
Then it should have the same effect on everybody else who's here.
Well, I mean, it has some effect, right? Maybe not to the level that we're seeing. And
well, we should talk about the why are we the ones with the most impact? That's what we
because we're the one with no culture.
Exactly. So without the culture, then social media is even not a conversation anymore. It's going to affect you anyway. You understand? And then we started to glamorize it.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm saying. Like you have all those, you have all those experts who are giving relationship advice or who are telling you how things should be. Because sometimes you may have been married for 15, 20 years. You are happy in your you're content in your relationship, right? And then you're going through social media and somebody's telling you, oh well, if your husband is not doing this, your husband is not doing that, your wife is not doing this, then it goes back and makes you question.
Oh yeah, hold on one sec.
No, it is only affirming.
Yes, sir.
I just heard that guy say something relative to this. It's because we have no culture. Do you think we have no culture?
Oh, that's why I think this dude is just I'm not a fan. Deacon Dave recommended this. And you'll hear John Galt say stuff like this. We have no culture, and it's just a soundbite. Of course we have a culture. And not only is Black culture a culture, well, Black culture is not a culture. If you look within Black culture, there are, it's a multifaceted diamond. Okay, there are so many types of quote Black culture, but what people like Frank Zanu, the guy in the orange shirt here, or John Galt, or Be Brave, and literally most of this Blackosphere, and it really doesn't even depend on your politics. There are people who are anti-Trump, there are people who vote Democrat, there are people who vote Republican. All of them flatten Black culture to a monolith. I mean, we literally go ahead.
Oh no, I was just saying that's why I call it the black paint syndrome, because
that's a good name for it.
A monolith. It becomes a monolith when you throw the black paint on everybody, and we're not all the monolith. I keep saying, in order to keep that separation, I was asking you the question relative to this guy's perspective, and you answered it. I appreciate
this guy's not from America, obvious from his accent. Yeah, and I'm looking at his interlocutor, his interviewer. I guarantee you, this guy reminds me. As a matter of fact, I need to look this dude up. He's from Sierra Leone. I think he was born here, or maybe he was born in Sierra Leone. This guy, if he is Black American, he's first generation. He looks like he's probably from Sierra Leone. He has the features, and I know a couple people, and they are very conservative and they're very anti-black American. And I can never figure out why. But the idea, Black Americans invented culture, dude. Jazz.
It's a lot deeper than
maybe we don't have, Black Americans have had a hand or a presence in practically everything that America has done. Sometimes you might be the only one there, but look at that movie Hidden Numbers. I didn't even know, I can't remember her name now, but this woman was like, the group that she was a part of were called Computers. She was like, they would go and have her check the Apollo like engineers math. She was a fucking mathematician. And you know what? Watch the movie. It's probably, tarred it up for Hollywood. But this is a young Black woman who is a mathematician, and she was a math prodigy brought up in West Virginia. We don't have culture. That is so dismissive. And the only person who could ever say something like that would be someone who wasn't born in the United States.
I call it somebody arguing out of their ignorance, because even people in the United States.
Whoa. Let me address Yakub here. Yeah, American culture, Blacks invented it. Okay, look at Southern cooking, look at rock and roll, look at country music, look at the banjo. It's an African instrument. Look at the rhythm and blues. Look at the literature, high culture. Dude, Yakub, don't be a white supremacist. And motherfucker, I said it. And there are people, only the people who don't read books would think that I'm wrong. So, Yakub, you take this back to John Galt or take it back to Be Brave. They won't be surprised that I said it, but in their heart of hearts, they know I'm right.
Like I mentioned, the guy that said the other day that they're going to, that some people are talking about, or they already built an all white community somewhere and they don't want nobody but white people there. And the guy said in the skit I was watching, he said, okay, when you go there and build your white community, don't use nothing niggas made or invented. Don't use street lights. Don't use this. Don't use that.
Stop. No, you're thinking of stoplights.
Yeah, I said street lights. Yeah, but that's what I meant, stoplights. He said, don't. He said, I read off about 50 things, right? He said, don't use none of this, and we good.
Oh, don't eat macaroni and cheese.
I don't know what he said, but he said about 25. I say about 25 things real quick.
Look,
and I'm like, he's right. If they wanna say we ain't did shit, then live that life. Live that life.
Well, the thing is if what I say here, Black Americans invented culture, they invented American culture. Okay, there is, look, as weird as this sounds, there's a reason your snow bunnies want to marry Black men.
You know what? A guy brought to me, I don't know where he got it from, an Oxford Dictionary, 1848. 1848? I was like, wow, that's deep. 1840. I'm going to see if I can get it, because I want you to be able to get it yourself, not just hear somebody talk about something. I'll find out how he did that.
Okay, and you know what? All these sorts of culture critiques or culture arguments are hyperbolic.
Oh, okay.
But there is a reason this stuff happens. And you can either say Blacks invented American culture, or you can say they have no culture. And of course, the answer is going to be somewhere in between. And that's what I have to say about it. I don't give a shit about the snide remark. Black Americans invented culture. Stanley Cross 25.
Stanley,
Yep,
have you ever read Mark Twain? Did you ever read
Oh,
Mark?
absolutely I have. As a matter of fact, I'll tell you a funny story. When I had my one little militant streak, I think I was either a sophomore or a junior, because the English teacher, I had the same. No, I wasn't a sophomore. It was my junior year.
What, high school?
I refused. Yeah, of high school. I refused to read. I refused to read. Damn it! I refused to read Huck Finn because of the character Nigger Jim. I'm like, nope, I'm not going to read it. And my white high school teacher, English teacher, now she knew my mother, and you know what? She's like, okay, and it might have been something. It might have been like, I think back. This would have been round about 1982.
Wow.
And there was that, probably it was a Jesse Jackson thing. I'm not reading a book that has the N word in it. Now I'm more mature now, but come on now. I'm what, 16? So, I had my little black militant streak, and you know what? My English teacher just said, okay, read a Connecticut Yankee in King Arthur's Court.
Wow.
Mark Twain, yep. and she didn't even sweat it. Now, I was probably one. I think there were two black people in that English class. I think my buddy Lim was still there. But anyway, dude. And you know what? It wasn't even a big stink. She's like, okay, well, read Connecticut or, which was more to my liking because it was, in my mind, kind of funny. If I recall, Martin Lawrence did like a movie kind of in that vein. I think it was Martin Lawrence. My point being that we have culture. And by the way, there is literally a book called James. The author won the Pulitzer Prize and I think a National Book Award in the last year. Black guy named Percival Everett. Basically, James is a book written from Jim's point of view. Mark Twain had the Huck Finn point of view, or I'm sorry, and James was, written from the slave's point of view. It's a fucking brilliant book, and it's funny.
What slave? Oh, just the slave
Jim.
of his.
Mark Twain, Jim, Nigger Jim.
He was a slave.
He was an escaped slave.
I didn't know he was a slave.
Anyway, it's written from his point of view by a black author who is actually just a genius. I've been reading him since the 90s, and it won a Pulitzer this year's or last year's Pulitzer and National Book Award.
Wow, I never even heard of it.
Dude, I read books.
I used to read books. I used to sell books.
SKC, generalizations are not the end all and be all. Of course, they should exist and be used when they are useful for an argument. They should not be used as your only form of argument. Outliers, but okay. Yeah, I get the point that I literally just said oftentimes they are the only black person in the group. Did you not hear that, SKC, or do you not understand? Are you mad that I didn't use the word outliers? Is it a requirement for this essay? Frank makes no interesting points on the topic because he is only looking at it from Frank is not. Frank is an outsider looking into Black American culture, and therefore he makes surface level arguments that aren't particularly deep in their perspective. And I have a buddy of mine, Charles, who lives in Nigeria. He often makes the same surface level. And I've been, it's gotten better over the years, but I used to tell him, don't even talk to me about this shit because you know nothing about it. You are outside looking into a culture. It's different when you grow up in the culture. You just automatically understand it better than someone who grew up in Nigeria. And if you can't figure that out, there is a certain value that outside looking in can provide, but it's usually just surface level. It's never in detail, and fuck y'all if you don't like it. I said what I said. And Yakub, yeah, I said it. Take it back to your daddy Be Brave and your uncle John Galt.
What you're going to do, the propensity that you're going to do it is already there.
Yeah.
What you saw, say, aha. Mm-hmm. Otherwise, if you were a Japanese who lives in a community and you have a cultural, impact on your life, then you just see it and it won't do anything to you. Mm-hmm. I did an episode where I was saying it is very stupid. Very, very stupid. We tell our kids that in the 60s that the CIA or FBI poured drugs in Black communities. That's how Blacks became crackheads.
Yeah.
What do you think we're telling our kids? That our forefathers are stupid. They're not smart people. And I made a joke.
Why does he keep saying our?
Crack in a Jewish community.
Why does he keep saying our like he's part of the culture? See,
who was claiming to be African? That's why.
I'm sorry, what?
Y'all keep claiming to be African. That's why. So he claimed too. He claimed.
Well, he is African. He literally, obviously, was born there.
But you claim it. You claim you're African.
When the fuck have you ever heard me say that?
When you keep saying all of this.
Okay,
stuff.
dude. No. Don't.
Ask me,
when have I literally said I am African? I'm not even into Pan-Africanism.
I got all that.
Okay, well then, no, I don't think I'm African by any stretch of the imagination.
Okay, so when you were telling me about the people in Trinidad being African, and I said, oh, the people in Trinidad not African. I've been to Trinidad. I met them people. I know they're
African. Descendants of African.
No, not at all.
I think I literally said African heritage, right?
Probably.
Or am I wrong? Okay,
I think
God damn it, dude, you need to pay more attention to what I say instead of listening to me in sound bites. I'm usually fairly careful. African heritage. They were slaves. They are descendants of slaves today, as are the Hindus who are descendants of indentured servants or whatever the term was. I don't think they're Africans in 2025. They're Trinidadians.
I'm saying, if you like catching up, the fact
dude, you need to catch up to me. You keep thinking I'm behind in catching up to you.
Not at all.
Wale, you are not all that. Stop thinking you are. Stop thinking you're teaching me. If anything, we are peers. You have very little to teach me other than how you view the world. I know what you know probably 30 years ago. Your perspective, your way of looking at things, I'm interested in. I already know the history.
Okay, then there you go. And I was just telling you.
There I go. That's why I get so frustrated. Don't act like this is Wale teaching Stanley. Act like this is Wale and Stanley kind of going back and forth. You literally don't have anything to teach me. Now, you can learn certain random facts.
That's not something I do.
See, you want to treat me like You treated John Galt. Okay, how about listen more than talk? How about listen more than talk? I'm not John Galt. I always win these sorts of debates, especially when they're on my panel. I treat you with respect because I consider you a peer. I do not think you are my teacher.
Neither
so
do I.
Let's get the relationship right. We are equals. I am not your student.
I already know you're not my student. I got that.
Well, good. You already knew it, but I just wanted to re-emphasize it. So the bottom line is I've never even suggested by inference, I've never implied that I'm an African. I'm not even a Pan-African. Black Americans are a unique product of American culture. We're not even remotely African. And those who want to bring themselves closer to the motherland, more power to you, but don't expect me to ride on the reverse transatlantic trade. If I go to Africa, it's going to be as a tourist, not as someone who wants to be African.
So I was going on to say, you asked the question, why does he do that? And I was saying why he does it, simply as an explanation, not as a teaching thing. But
okay, I also thought I heard you say something like, well, Stanley, you call yourself an African or something like that? Okay, and let me reemphasize, you're just flat out wrong. You're out of your gourd. You're African gourd if you think that.
You said African heritage, and you corrected me. And I said,
what's wrong with saying African heritage? Does that make me an African?
Of course. Because if your heritage is a
save that bullshit. Save that bullshit for your little students sitting on your African hut and dirt floor. I am not an African.
Oh, you're talking about the grounding.
I have African.
About the grounding sessions. Yeah, we do grounding sessions. Yes, of course. I see now the elite in the West are doing grounding sessions. They've figured out the value of us and what.
Let me just point out another misquote, just for the sake of misquoting. American culture created a unique form of African heritage person. Okay. Most of the white colonists were white trash like Be Brave. So stop it, SKC. I know what I said.
Oh, this is another thing you had said earlier, and you know, I ain't trying to really
look. You know what? I'm sorry. Whoa, no. What you need to do is what you need to do is table it, put a pin in it. You can come back to it. Table what you have to say. Thank you. It is not my problem if y'all are limited in your use of the English language and you want to paraphrase what I say. Fine if you paraphrase it, but dude, at least try and show some comprehension of the English language. White colonists were literally Be Braves. So no, that's more Thomas Sowell Black Rednecks sort of argument. I think there's some merit to the argument, but it isn't that. There's some caveats and some deeper thinking to be done about that. Let's see. My earbuds have died. So what do we have? Give me 1 sec here. Let me plug in my analog headphones. All right. So what were you saying, Wale?
Just relative to the last statement you made, I would say that the guy that you said is literally a colonist or something like that. I don't think he
No, I
has
didn't. Oh, you mean
Well,
SKC? You know who SKC is.
you say Be Brave is literally a colonist.
No,
To that.
no. I said white colonists, and I assume he means pre-America, like back in the Virginia colony. For instance, they were full of Be Braves.
I don't think so.
And I do know so. I don't have to think. I don't have to
thinking-
guess. It's not a
thinking-
hyperbolic statement. They were literally bottom feeders sent over as indentured, or even sometimes there were tradesmen. There were orphans. There were street urchins. There were people sent from poorhouses or workhouses. You have the option: stay your ass in this poorhouse, or take a ticket to the Virginia colony and let's see what you can do. Be Brave has called himself a bottom feeder and a ne'er-do-well. He self-describes himself as that. So I'm connecting some dots. A lot of the white colonists that came to Virginia, for instance, were of Be Brave quality. They were bottom feeders. That's the dots I'm connecting. Now, maybe it's hyperbolic, but I think there's a point to what I said. Now you get to go ahead.
I think there's that point to what you said, and with that, I'll leave that whole thing alone.
And SKC, the answer is yes. Now, it was a hybrid culture, but where do you think Gullah culture comes from? Of course, the slaves created their culture, which was a Creole, to use a term. It was a mix of African and white culture. Literally, as I've so often said, my mother is from, her family's from the Sea Islands of South Carolina. So the answer is yes. It's called Gullah, and there's some other Creole cultures throughout the South and the Caribbean. You need SKC. I appreciate you asking good questions and giving me the opportunity to give good answers. Coach, hey, absolutely, it was created by the whip. It was created by kidnapping and being brought forcibly from Africa. So again, good point, and I hope the answer helps you sleep better.
Oh, Stanley, I just found out some information. May I relate it to you? It'll take about 30 seconds. I just found out that the amount of people that were brought to America during the North America, during the transatlantic slave trade is diminished by the amount of people migrated from Africa between 1980 and 1990, them 2 decades.
Well, what do you mean? What do you mean diminished?
More people were sent over from Africa to the North America during the decades of 1990 and 1980 than were sent over throughout the entire transatlantic.
Okay, well, what's the number? What's the immigration number?
The actual number, I don't recall that. I'm not really good with recalling the
Okay,
number.
well, the thing is at the end of the Civil War, there were more slaves than were imported to America. It's a term they used. What I need you to do is let me finish. The numbers, you have to understand what the numbers are. That's why I'm interested to know what the actual number was.
Oh, okay, I'll do.
At the end of the Civil War, there were more slaves than there were imported during the African slave trade, which ended in, I think it was 1808. There were 4 million slaves at the end of the Civil War, between 3 and 4 million. 4 million is usually the number they use. So were there 4 million people between the years you talk about there was African immigration? I'd be interested to know. I don't know the answer. But if the answer isn't 4 million at the end of the Civil War, I really don't care about the slave trade. It ended in 1808. Of course, the number is going to be small. Now, I'm talking specifically to what became the United States, or actually what became and was the United States. There were way more slaves that went to Brazil, specifically, and between the Caribbean and Brazil, way more slaves went there during the transatlantic slave trade. So I'm not sure that number really means much in context. That's why you got to understand the numbers and the history, that there were more African immigrants than were brought over to America or what became the United States during the transatlantic slave trade. Literally, who cares? It's nice to know, but it's not very important in the context of culture. It's not a good culture argument. So let's get back to Frank, Deacon Dave's stepbrother.
Even at a discount price, they will walk past it.
So you don't believe that happened?
No, the propensity was there. They won't waste their money if they didn't know you will use it. The propensity was there.
So you're saying, okay. So you're saying there was a desire there for it, and that's why it happened.
Look,
that's why it took off.
If you say CIA and FBI, what is one of the things they are good at? Profiling.
Yeah.
They understand human psychology. That's most departments they study.
Correct.
So whether they brought it or not, I'm not there. I don't know. Number two, you have to question. How did they bring it? They drop it door by door?
No, but the thing is, it's
the question is not what they brought.
Right.
The question we should ask is, why did you use it? That's correct. That would help you. See, one time when I was in Kenya, the Goethe Institute asked me to come and speak to a group of activists, Kenyans, who are all up in arms about neo-colonization and colonization. One young kid got up and during the Q&A, and he said, well, Mrs. Zanu, they came, they asked us to change our names to their names, and we thought their names was better, and we did, and their language and their religion. He went down a laundry list of things he believed that the white people brought, and we took it. And then he got an applause. And I said, wow, I have never met anyone who have made it so clear. So I'm not bothered by what they brought. But I want to ask you, have you asked yourself, why did it work? That's what I'm interested in. Because they colonized other countries. Those countries rejected everything after the colonization. In your case, why did it work? You see, if you concern yourself with finding out why it worked, then you're preventing it from happening again. Then you know your own weakness and you know the root cause. Why do we give up everything for this? It's what is important, not what they brought. So fine, they brought drugs and they drop it in your neighborhoods. My question is, how did they distribute it? Door by door? They gave it to your pastor to give to you? How did they distribute it? They gave it to another black guy to say, sell crack to your own people. He said, great, I'm going to sell it. But that is questionable in the first place. A black man standing in the black neighborhood selling crack to his own people. You really concerned about the person who brought it? No.
Yeah, but I think sometimes it's the opportunity, right? So if you're looking for a way, I don't know, looking for means, a way to make ends meet or whatever, and that is presented to you as an opportunity, probably maybe that's what they were thinking.
Well, they say the devil's workshop is an idle hand. So why looking for opportunity to make ends meet, and you didn't go the conventional way where everybody in the morning is on the street going to the bus stop to go to his place of work?
Right.
regardless how humble that profession is. Why are you idle on your doorsteps drinking 40? Of course, the propensity is there.
Exactly.
You want it. It's only for people who do not have culture, okay, that they would want to get rich quick, because it allows them to buy things, material things that would reflect what they want people to know about them.
Right.
But you see, cultures precede the individual. When people hear about your country or they have immediately images. If I ask any, and I've done it before, a group of black kids, and I say, Chinese, what comes to your mind? There will be 3 adjectives right away. If I say Russians, 3 adjectives, you know, and on and on and on. But if I ask those people about blacks, if I ask blacks about themselves, what adjectives come to mind first?
Yeah.
So you see, we got to talk about self-awareness. We should become aware of what happened to us, where we are now, the environment, and then know that, yes, with such a condition, things can happen to you. It doesn't need anybody to do it. No, nothing is happening in America. A group of old retired white men in a room somewhere in Alabama cranking out system to hold black people down. No, it's not true. What has happened, which you have not corrected, is a workshop for everything to germinate and work.
Gotcha. So it's almost as if you don't believe that, you know, white people, black people are being oppressed, right? But
it's not a question of belief. You can educate me, you show me the oppression.
No, well, I'm just saying, but it's more a matter of a mentality, right? A mental state, or what you're accepting, or what you're, what you're fighting for, right? Because, like you said, why does it work when they try it? You know, when they did the crack in the black neighborhood.
Well, that is if they did.
Right. That you said that is if?
Yes. Okay. This was, I wasn't there. I didn't see it. Nobody have shown me how it was done. I don't know.
Right.
What was the government doing that for? I don't know. But I'm using the statement, and what I do best is to question the answer. What do you mean the FBI brought crack to black neighborhoods or black community? Right. Neighborhoods, it's a very fluid. You can rent.
See, this is what assholes like this dude does. Of course, you can question anything. The point is to prove them wrong. Okay, all you're doing is asking a question. You're literally not proving anything other than black people should question that narrative. Why is this profound? It's literally surface level puffery. The color of his shirt is smarter than his argument. And SKC, dude, what good point? Everyone knows that you should be a skeptic. He's literally saying black people should be skeptics about the narrative of the CIA and drugs, back in the 80s. How is that profound? Dude, you guys idolize mediocrity. This dude is African mediocrity.
And leave tomorrow.
Yeah.
So when you started seeing crack, why didn't you move? And how was it distributed?
Right.
And why did you take it?
Oh, Stan, I've been to catch you.
Which
you went back
sound
to the
hold on, emotionally balanced person will come across.
Yes, sir.
I meant to catch you before you went back to the video to let you know that I used to argue what he just argued.
Really?
I used to maintain that, and I still do, as a matter of fact. Just because somebody put a piece of crack rock on my table, don't mean I'm gonna smoke it. I have to decide.
Well, that's not what he's arguing. He doesn't think it actually happened.
No. From what I'm understanding, and I'd say, okay, let me say, sort of like he's doing. My argument was along the same lines. Let's put it that way. Not the exact same thing, but along the same lines, being that somebody put a piece of crack in front of you, you don't have to smoke it. What made them smoke it? See, that's what he asked twice. He asked that question twice.
Okay, and he doesn't tell us what he thinks. I think,
No, because
I think it was a weakness of culture. And you know what? You try it once and you get hooked on it. You don't have to ask why. Kids will naturally experiment. Let me also point out another thing that's never brought up. If you live in an area that is just economically non-existent, alternative economies pop up. Okay, there's a reason there's a black market. No one ever talks about this. If you live in an economically depressed area, people are going to find a way to make money. And you know what? Drugs are an easy way to do it. It will always be in high demand. You see the movies about, people getting accidentally hooked on it, or, they're curious, or, whatever. No. Economically depressed areas will develop alternatives to the mainstream economy. That's why poverty and crime correlate. And people like SKC can't seem to fathom that idea. People will find a way is the correlation. So what were you going to say, Wale?
It don't matter, man. I was just agreeing with something you said. That's all.
Oh, okay. Yeah. People will go, oh, poverty doesn't cause crime. No one ever said it causes it. It does correlate. Again, people will find a way to live. And if it means they have to bend a rule or create an alternative economy, hey, so we go. It doesn't make it right. You can still ask, why would you do that when you can go out and get a job? Well, you know what? Working at the corner Popeyes, some people think that sort of thing is beneath them. People will take shortcuts. It takes too long to work your way up to be the manager of a Popeyes. If I can make $1,000 a week now, let's do the shortcut. But people like SKC, people like Deacon Dave, people like all these fucking soul brothers can't seem to understand why things like this happen. Essentially, I think black conservatives in general flatten black culture as well. They want to make it all about crime and living in the hood. It's all stupidity. It's all literally flattening stuff so weak minds can kind of comprehend the whys and the wheres. The whys mostly.
You know what, Stan?
Yes, sir.
Oh, you turn. Oh, I realized something listening to you. When I was a youth, we used to consider something called SWU, which stands for Sidewalk University. When I was a youth, we used to be on the bus bench, on the sidewalk type of thing. And we would just sit there throughout the day, throughout the evening or something. And so much education walked past that bus bench. We, around in different neighborhoods, you'll find that throughout America, referred to as Sidewalk University. I knew guys who had graduated college. I knew guys with PhDs. I knew guys who had, they were geniuses at computer and all kind of stuff. And they were alcoholics. They were drug addicts, and they had reached such depression in their life because they felt such elation that they had made themselves grandiose intelligently, and then they couldn't get a job. They couldn't support their family because they couldn't get a job. And then when they got a job, it was humiliating them all day to do the work, and they tried to come out of that. And at night, a lot of times they would just get drunk so they can just sleep. They couldn't sleep. Their minds were racing. So they would try to numb it with alcohol so they can go to work tomorrow and be a trash man or something. And they had all of this education. And in the evening, they would dispense that on us children. All that education that they had, they would dispense it out. And yeah, they had a lot of depression with that. But I was watching such genius just slide down the gutter. And they were telling us
two things. That literally sounds like a passage out of E. Franklin Frazier's Black Bourgeoisie. And why couldn't they get a job exactly in their field?
Because at the time that I was coming in that situation,
what was the time frame?
Okay, in the 50s.
You were coming up.
The 50s.
I see.
The universities were producing so many PhDs and master degrees and stuff like that. It was pathetic. They had nowhere to go. Even now.
So you're gonna blame the universities, or are you going to blame it on the individual? Are you going to blame it on the individuals? Sometimes you have to think about why you're working on a PhD. Can you make a livelihood out of it? I think it's sad, but I think sometimes you can't blame stuff on the system. You have to understand the system that you're entering into.
Cousin, I'm not blaming anyone.
Well, no. I'm not saying you're blaming. I'm saying the people who went to get the PhDs that you speak of. Sometimes you have to go, hey, you know what? I love sociology, but can I make a living as a sociologist? Am I going and getting, is the university, like a sociology degree from Harvard is not going to be the equivalent of a sociology degree from Morehouse. It just doesn't, as horrible as that is, one's a name brand university, the other's a name brand university too, but they're going to hire that Harvard sociologist before the Morehouse sociologist, all things being equal. So I'm not going to blame the universities. I think there's some personal and maybe even cultural responsibilities, because I know at one point in time, say back in the 80s, people would just say, hey, you just need to get a degree and you'll be okay. That not necessarily so. So
as I was saying, the people that at the time were very academic in the area that I was
okay. In. And what I'm saying is that who cares? I don't tell me what the problem was. Tell me why people would spend all that money on a PhD and become a garbage man. What motivated them to do that?
It wasn't about money, spending money. That's what I'm saying. The whole calculation.
Wale, you do not know how to make your own points. My question is why would someone go take all the time? If the money isn't the issue, why would you spend all that time getting a PhD just to wind up making the same amount of money as someone with no education would? What motivated them to think that getting that PhD was a good thing? Did they think they were going to get ahead? Did they think they were going to be a professor somewhere? What were they thinking? I assume there has to be motivation to go spend all that time getting a PhD. What was the motivation?
A lot of people felt that they would do just what you said. They would get a job somewhere doing what they were to do, especially in education, teachers, running doggone schools, all that kind of stuff. Because usually the people who were thought to be running the school, like a principal of the school, was usually a little more more educated, a little more credentialed than the guy that just was teaching the course. at the schools. So a lot of them guys felt like, yeah, they were going to do that, but society changed on them. They integrated the schools, which means they weren't hiring as many Negroes to run the schools as they were. And I'm talking about what happened in where I was at, what I was doing at the time.
Did you grow up in the South, or was it
in the South?
Okay, well then you know what happened when they integrated the schools. They basically shut down the black schools, and most of the black teachers and principals were out of a job. They weren't hiring them into the white schools.
You just answered your own question.
Okay, so these people were working as garbage men because they couldn't be educators somewhere. They were basically a victim of the time. So
okay,
you know what? Now the coping skills,
a victim of the time, but
integration was who knew? Look, if you went to school in 1950, who knew by 1960 the schools were going to be integrated?
I agree.
So I feel bad for those folks. Hey, I got a PhD, used to be a principal, can't find a job as an educator or principal. I have to do what I have to do to support my family. It's very sad. They were a victim of, to be honest, white supremacy, especially in the South.
You know what? I would go along with that, but it's difficult for me to go along with the word victim.
They were literally victims. If you were doing well for quite some time, and all of a sudden the rug gets pulled out from under you, in 1954, Brown v. Board, in the white schools, hey, you might be more qualified than a lot of the white teachers or principals, but you know what? N-word, you're not going to run my white kid's school. That's a victim.
It's certain things like that. Victim. I think I talked with you about it, and I say with you. So you will see I'm not talking to you. I talked with you about it the other day. And I was saying about the words like rebellion. They use different terms to put us in a position of automatic subjugation. And the term like victim and the term like slave, I never would, when I was even a child, I would never, when they were trying to tell us my ancestors were slaves, I would tell them they're crazy. My ancestors were never slaves. I was a child. I didn't know all the ins and intricacies, ins and outs like I know now. But even then, I refused that nomenclature because that's the talk of subjugation. A person can be.
I'm going to have to give you a little bit of pushback, and it's really all a matter of style or perspective or whatever. I call a victim a victim. Okay, there's nothing wrong with actually using the right term for something. There's no shame in being a victim unless you are a victim of your own ignorance. These people were victims of a system that was way beyond their control, and I feel sorry for them. I don't blame the dude. I'm not victim blaming. I'm saying they were victims. There's a difference.
This is what I'm saying, and it may not be much difference like you are saying. There's a difference, yes. I'm saying there's a difference, yes, and what I'm saying too that I don't think you've quite discerned at the moment.
No, I get what you're saying, and I outright reject it. It's bullshit that there was a shame. It's bullshit. If your ancestors were slaves, there's no shame in that.
Cousin, you're not listening. At least listen to what I said.
I heard what you said. I understand.
Yeah, you heard as much as I said, but you didn't hear what I said.
Wale, you're acting like you're going to change my mind. You're not
at all.
Not at all. Why keep beating this damn horse? I understand your point. I disagree
No,
with
you
it.
don't.
I
You don't even know
actually
my
do,
point.
Wale.
Tell me
It's
what
that
my point
black
is. Tell me
power
what my point is.
bullshit.
You understand. Tell me my point.
My ancestors weren't slaves. There's a better word for it or some bullshit. They were
That's not
slaves.
even
They were
point.
slaves. There are records to prove it.
No, that's not true. That's
It
what I'm
is
saying.
100%
no records.
verifiably true.
Just go on.
Dude,
No, it's
I'm
not.
not ashamed of my heritage. It sounds like
I'm
you
not
are. It sounds like you are in denial of American history. I am not.
I'm not in denial of American history. I really don't care about American history.
Well, you should.
I only care about the truth.
The truth is, Africans, there was an African slave trade and Africans were slaves. That is the truth of American history. Not a goddamn dude. You sound like one of those white kids whose feelings are hurt by American history.
No, I don't sound like that. That's how
you do.
Oh, yes, of course.
It's not true. It's not true.
I'm telling you what I'm telling you, but you're not listening.
Oh,
I was saying,
I heard what you said.
I
I don't think you're on the right track. That's all.
You haven't even heard what track I'm on.
Yeah, well, I heard you say that slavery in America was not true.
I didn't say that.
So you didn't have any relatives. You describe yourself. You describe. Okay, dude. Let me mute you while you go through your cough and jag.
Okay, go ahead.
Bottom line is you describe yourself as a nigger, but you didn't have slavery in your heritage. Is that how that works?
Exactly.
Oh wow. No need to follow up on that. It's fantastical. I need you to write a novel about that, a historical novel to boot.
I'm working on a paper relative to this now. That's why I was saying I wanted that 1848 dictionary the guy got presented to me last night, because I'm working up on enough material, and then we'll just write the book on the material, not necessarily on other things, just what we are able to support through the evidence of materials.
Just out of curiosity, were any African slaves in the American past?
Oh yes, were any Africans slaves in the American past?
In what became the United States?
I would agree with that. North America.
I'm asking, do you believe that? Okay, so there were Africans who were enslaved in, say, Charleston, South Carolina, correct?
I would say yes.
Good. And their ancestors are people like me, right? Not you, but me, right?
I would say not only Africans were enslaved in Charleston.
Okay, I don't care about any of that. Most of them were, and there were no white slaves in Charleston.
I wasn't juxtaposing with white.
So who else were slaves in Charleston? Let's pick a year. Let's say 1700. Who else were slaves besides Africans in Charleston, South Carolina? And it did exist in 1700.
Yeah, because you know exactly what I'm thinking too. Because I don't. I
don't.
Yeah, you said 1700. Yes, it did exist. Because sometimes
in Charleston, South Carolina, who else besides Africans were enslaved?
I'm telling you now. My study was about Virginia. I didn't really get into the Carolinas.
Okay, well, let's go back to Williamsburg, Virginia. It existed in 1700, and I think as a matter of fact, Richmond did too, I think. But in any case, in Virginia, in 1700, who else were enslaved besides Africans?
Okay, that according, and I just read it I recited it to you the other day. I mean, other minute, hour or something now. the Indians?
Incorrect. Nope.
Okay. That's what the paper read. Their own laws. I read their laws. I don't read history books much no more.
Okay. Slavery was African, literally since 1661, 1662. Now, there might have been indentured servants. There might have been people who were like, you know what, you're going to be my slave because you owe me this. They were not chattel slaves. Okay. And calling an indenture the same thing as slavery, if there, it used to be that, if you were an indentured servant and you escaped or tried to breach your contract, they would bring you back and tack on more time. There are instances where people were indentured for life, which is de facto slavery, but it's not chattel slavery. Okay, the bottom line is slavery by another name only works if you're talking about the Jim Crow South. There were no Africans were legally slaves in Virginia in 1700. They're always going to be an exception or two, but you would literally exceptions don't define rules. There were no slaves who were not of African heritage. Period.
Oh, that's what you say. I understand that. I was trying to remember.
Well, I don't even want to debate it because there is no back and forth on this topic.
I agree, because I could just read off exactly what they say out of their law.
I literally don't care.
No, you don't care. Oh, you don't even care what they say.
I care. I don't care about bullshit papers. I know the history.
I could dig it, dude. You don't care about the laws.
Let's get back to the reality. Dude, I'm not going to debate bullshit.
I don't blame you. I wouldn't debate the laws that were written at the time.
Debate it somewhere else with someone who might be. It doesn't happen here. American history. American history. If you want to argue for weird exceptions and harbor the exceptions to the rule, so be it. It doesn't work here. History is history.
I hear you, my man.
Yeah. What is that? What is even if that is true, you know what an intelligent culture will do? You will refuse to repeat it for the sake of your children.
Yeah, because at some point they pull a stop into that bleeding, right? So you don't just let it, let the neighborhood just bleed out.
Yeah, and you keep repeating it to justify yourself, so that your children. So what are they supposed to do?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, my forefathers are stupid people.
Yeah.
Why did you take poison? It never happens. It never happens to human beings.
Mm.
It may happen to one or two people, but it's not going to be this is not COVID.
Right. So yeah, I mean, like you're saying, it's up to us, at one point to stand up and just put a stop to it. Right?
How are you going to do that?
By having conversations like this, like we're doing now.
Well, you have, the conversations before even stand up to put a stop to it. That is jumping. First is to have the conversation. Are you going to have enough people to even agree that, yes, we should do some introspection? We should talk about this in a solemn, intellectual, intelligent way for the sake of our children.
Yeah.
Okay? That is first and foremost the most important thing to do. Forget about what is going on. Forget about the epidemic.
Yeah.
You need to come home and say the churches have to start. They have to start talking about this. You look, many people would pay think tanks to say, come and study this. And please let us know what you think. Which means you are ready to accept the finding. You are ready to accept the finding.
Right.
Okay. So first is to put ourselves there to accept the findings. We got to forget about this movement. This political movement is not going to save you.
Right.
In November, you don't hear the pundits on CNN, MSNBC, and Fox talking about, the Chinese vote will go to Kamala. or hear the Japanese on television, or the Japanese vote, or the Arab vote. No, why is it always and the black vote, and the black vote, and the black vote, as if you are the only immigrant group in this country?
Hey, dumb fuck. Number one, Black Americans are not an immigrant group. Number two, we literally at times control the Democratic vote. Georgia 2020 is the perfect example. It was the black vote that put that won the election for Biden. Again, this dumb fuck is outside looking in, making ridiculous claims. Sorry, the Japanese vote to the Democratic Party isn't as important as the black vote, and Black Americans are not an immigrant group. See, this is that weird strain of these fucking maniac African immigrants or whatever he is, who think black people are going to be deported just like, quote, any other immigrant group. It's sheer crazy. And it is no surprise that Deacon Dave and SKC want to follow up this motherfucking Harlequin.
Because they know that, yes, you are asking politicians to solve your social problems, which you've been voting for that particular party for. So since 1992,
yes,
now,
that's what years, the fuck. Yeah. Yes, politicians solve social problems. What the fuck is this maniac talking about? Yes, that's why we have politicians. Have you ever heard of the pursuit of happiness, sir? Perhaps in your country, they don't have a U.S. Constitution.
Democrats have taken over for 20 years. The Republicans 12. Bridgeport, New Haven, Waterbury, Hartford, same.
Yeah, Diwali, this dude is
nothing changed.
Is batty.
But have they thought of changing it? No.
I mean, maybe they have thought about changing it, but they haven't.
There's no leader, is what I'm saying. There's no leader.
Right. I guess, from an individual perspective, right? So maybe they want to see the change. They want to do something, but I guess they're not taking action.
They're not even questioning why is it that automatically, if you walk into any urban black city town, that they all vote Democrat. They haven't even questioned it in the first place to even think if they will do something about it.
Yeah.
They haven't. To the point, if you declare that you're a Republican, you're black, you're an enemy of the state right away.
Yep. And I think, we can summarize everything that you just said here into one word, right? It's basically accountability.
No.
Yeah, because, we need to start taking accountability and do that self-introspective, right? Introspect, just to figure out where did we go wrong, right?
We didn't go wrong anywhere.
I guess we did.
Accountability, it's only possible for somebody who knows what he's supposed to do, and for some reason did it in a bad way and say, let me take accountability for this. That's where accountability is possible.
Right.
But when you don't even know what the problem is, where it came from, you're not going to take, where are you going to take accountability? No black person is responsible for what is happening.
No, not that you're responsible, but it's just like, just doing that analysis, right? Like an internal analysis and say, what is happening? Why do we keep finding ourselves in these situations over and over and over again?
Yeah, but I'm asking, give me an example of if you were, say, I can do it. In what way can it be done so that it become a consensus? It can be done by individuals, when you don't have any central holding.
Well, it has to start with an individual, though. Somebody has to, kind of like take the, make the first step, right?
By doing what? Let's say
that analysis, though.
Yeah, but how do you fix the cultural problem? You and I seem to agree that yes, it's true. Look at Jamaica, right?
Right.
Badman said, I have 22 baby mamas, and he's hailed a hero. Nobody ever says anything. They say it on television.
Yeah.
So where is it? How are you going to fix that? If the culture, for just the sake of this conversation,
sure.
If we agree that the culture, the absence of it, which is true, is a problem, how do we fix it? We can end this episode without at least making an attempt. How do we fix it?
No, I got you.
Yeah. What do you suggest?
Well, I mean, first of all,
this, oh boy, you hit a home, Diwali, you hit a home run with that one. Diwali writes, most Africans treat Black Americans just like any other American, but you must be sure there are Africans paid actors for white supremacy. Yeah, that's what Frank Zanuck is. I'm sorry, Zanu. Frank Zanu. Yeah, that's essentially what he is. This motherfucker is a paid actor for white supremacy. As a matter of fact, that paid actor, yeah, that's gonna have to be a show title. There are Africans who are paid actors for white supremacy. Yep, that's a show title. Thank you, Diwali. And by the way, Diwali just supported the show by that one-liner. Make sure you support the host and the show. I'll even put up my Cash App if anybody wants to donate to the Weekend Beer Fund. There we go. Everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. And if you happen to be new, please subscribe to the show and recommend it out. I got high praise from Roz earlier. She loved the show. And this is actually a pretty good interview. It's good fodder for me to mock, which is always satisfying. And it's keeping SKC and Deacon Dave apparently laughing and eating popcorn. And it's inspired a show title from Diwali. So we are cooking on all cylinders this morning. Let me make sure I copy and paste this. Give me 1 sec here. And SKC saying that chattel slavery in America is false. I'm just like, what the fuck? Dude, there is not an historian in America who's going to deny that chattel slavery existed in the United States. So I know you want to hug your little white whoopee and pat the little blonde, toe-headed Dennis the Menace looking kid on the head and go, Uncle Remus says it's okay there, little massa. There was no chattel slavery. I was treated just fine. Dude, I know you want to do it, but there are others who know better.
Searching for the culture, trying to identify what the culture is, right? Because we talked about it in the beginning. It's like you're going to be searching for what's lost. So we have to first find out what it is that we lost, right?
Yeah.
So how do we discover that? Yeah.
So if we agree that is the culture, the loss of culture, is what is the problem for all the problems, even including our economic problems.
Yeah.
If that is, then what do? You can't buy culture.
No, you can't.
Walmart doesn't sell it. So what do?
Exactly. You can't buy it. So that's what I'm saying. Like you got to search for it and try to discover what it was, right? Because
you can't.
Apparently you don't know what it was, right?
But you can't. No Black American can trace his or her tribe.
Okay.
So as long as you can't trace your tribe back in Africa, that means you're not going to know your culture.
Okay. So then that means there's no way of fixing it then.
Okay, that's where I say he's all off. I disagree 3,000%.
The theory of the past.
Oh, I disagree too.
I go 5,000%. But that's the arrogance and stuff of this thing that they be trying to say that we are, like that's why he's saying we. He claiming us. We don't have to claim him. What he's trying to do though in claiming us, wherever he's from, I bet he don't claim the tribe next door. But he gonna reach way over here and claim us. Get the hell out of here.
And it's surprising that someone like a Deacon Dave or a SKC would buy into this bullshit. I've heard shit. I've heard Chaotic Truth say shit like this
because of the narrative that we are from Africa. That's why.
Well, the point about if you don't know your tribe, you don't know your heritage. And then in the next breath, they'll say, well, you know what? My family sold your family, so we're the winners. Dude, it's such a funny argument. It's like, well, show me the African success. Okay, Black Americans, legacy Black Americans have more wealth than it's possible we have more wealth than every goddamn country in Africa, but I don't think that's true. I'm just kind of guessing. I'm probably wrong though. Why is he saying this?
Because he's under the impression that we came from Africa and therefore we were cut off from our African culture.
Okay, well, there is African heritage. I didn't come from Africa, but somewhere in the distant past, some relative of mine did. That much I'm sure of. Bottom line is that I don't know how you can denigrate Black Americans for not knowing their history. If we want to use his framing, we don't know the shit because his family robbed us of it. So they are villains. Why is he sitting there acting like he knows shit? Dude, you're a fucking villain if we follow your narrative.
Exactly.
We follow SKC use of the word. Okay, who gives a fuck? Dude, SKC use of the word chattel is what is fallacious. Historical revisionists like yourself try to make chattel a unique qualifier when it's not. The one that read, okay, well, SKC, what is the right term to use for the American version of slavery? If chattel is not the right word, pray, educate me as to the right word, sir. And revisionist history, motherfucker, they've been using the word chattel slavery for 100 years. What on earth are you talking about? So I don't understand this immigrant narrative of what Black American culture is. And all the historians, like some of them more credentialed than you and I, like 80 of you and I, they use the word chattel. And SKC, you're going to tell people like Sean Willentz or Eric Foner that the use of the word chattel in chattel slavery is wrong? Show me your goddamn history PhD, sir, and or educate me on a better word for what legal slavery that you inherited through your mother. Tell what's the better word?
Right.
Oh,
okay. Enlightenment.
You inherited as
okay. No. Of course, you're gonna leave it to me to figure out. SKC, there is no word. Just say you have no clue. You just basically want to use the word slavery and leave it at that. I'm sorry, sir. American slavery was unique because human beings were treated like sheep, cows, livestock. I'm so sorry, but you can natter on about revisionist history. Thomas Sowell was no historian. Let's just start with that. We'll call them Sowellian slaves.
On your own. Find something and attach to it.
Yeah.
So that's why I said yesterday, you asked me, what is the solution?
Yeah.
I said, stop marrying each other.
I wasn't going to go there.
Because and I'm not saying it as a joke. You know, I don't take these topics, So Lauren has a culture, identifiable. All right?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't have one, right? I said my culture is lost.
Right.
I need to join someone and at least work on
their culture.
On their culture.
Yeah.
As a foundation.
And then make that your culture.
You don't make it your culture. It's just a workshop because children are going to come out of it.
Right.
So they become the next lineage.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to create the next lineage. You should be concerned with that.
Right.
Than just simply concerned with yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So what I would do is find someone who has that.
The name of this school is the Hogwarts School for Magical Negroes and Faces of White Supremacy. That's the name of Zanu's school, I bet.
Foundation. And work on that foundation together.
Okay.
For the next lineage.
So basically you're saying now Black people need to stop marrying each other and then start marrying other races who value their culture or who has a culture to value, and then attach to that culture, right? And then their kids will have...
Wait, who has a culture to value? This motherfucker can't even... Dude, you know what? What culture is this fool a part of where he can't even speak the king's English? Oh, I love this. This is a gold mine for me to roast.
You know, the new lineage that you're talking about will have that newfound culture, and that's what they.
Hey, let me go back and play this.
Find something and attach to it.
Yeah.
So that's why I said yesterday. You asked me what is the solution.
Yeah.
I said stop marrying each other.
I wasn't gonna go there
because and I'm not saying it as a joke. You know, I don't take these topics. You know, so Lauren has a culture, identifiable. All right.
Yep.
Okay. I don't have one. Right. I said my culture is lost.
Right.
I need to join someone and at least work on
their culture.
On their culture.
Oh my
as a
God.
foundation.
And then make that your culture.
You don't make it your culture. It's just a workshop because children are going to come out of it.
Right.
So they become the next lineage.
Mm-hmm.
You're trying to create the next lineage. You should be concerned with that.
Right.
Than just simply concerned with yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So what I would do is find someone who has that foundation and work on that foundation together. For the next lineage.
So basically you're saying now Black people need to stop marrying each other and then start marrying other races who value their culture or who has a culture to value. And then attach to that culture, right? And then their kids will have, you know, the new lineage that you're talking about will have that newfound culture, and that's what they're going to preserve.
Nobody should say I'm selling anything.
I'm not saying
I'm just speculating it. If it makes sense.
No, I'm not saying you're selling it. But
if it makes sense
just trying to understand.
Yeah,
you know? So
I have seen it. Even Eve, the bad girl in rap.
Yeah.
After she went through all the black guys, she picked a blonde hair and said, I'm happy. She said it on a Breakfast Club.
Yeah.
And I saw her face. She meant it.
Got it.
The Williams sisters, you know, the tennis great. I mean.
So then eventually that's going to dissipate the Black community or Black.
No, if you have a spoon of milk and you want to bake, a spoon of milk won't. So you look for a larger milk bowl, pour your spoon of milk in it, and it's part of the cake that has been baked. It's not dissipating anything. Well, you didn't have anything in the first place. So how can you dissipate something you didn't have? The culture you didn't have. So what is it you've lost?
Yeah.
You've rather helped.
So now you're gaining the... Yeah.
Exactly.
Got it.
Exactly. But you know, the ego won't allow it. Oh, come on. I know many Black folks here.
Yeah, I mean,
and they'll say, well, you know, walking around with, you know, a white girl means I sold out. It's nonsense.
Yeah.
It's nonsense.
Got it. All right. So at least, I guess, you know, that's a possibility, right? That's one way of addressing the culture issue.
You know, for a second, let's pretend it's really something that is proposed. it would eliminate a lot of the suffering we are in right now. It will. For our children, I keep saying, man, not for us. You know, these all cultures, you know, if you ask Japanese, why do you work? Shikoto, that is the word for work in Japan.
Yeah.
And they said, I work for my community. That's how they say it. You know, Koreans never say my mother. Koreans always say our mother.
That's a show
When you
title
meet a
as well.
Korean and he's talking
Become
about his
part of
mother,
the
he wouldn't say
cake.
my mother, he said our mother.
Oh my God.
Do you know how deep that is? Try it. Koreans never say my country. In Korea, our country, they use our, the collective.
So
it's powerful.
They don't personalize it.
That's correct. In Africa, if I were married and I'm in Africa, and you are just a member of the community, an elderly person, when you meet me and you greet, you know how you ask about my wife? How is our wife? We, in the Yorubas, the Igbos, we never say, how is your wife? How is our wife? How is our mother? It's deep, it's powerful. It tells you something.
I thought that's what it was.
Okay. So you've lost it. You don't have it anymore. You don't have the culture. So you look for those.
Does that have significance?
Oh, very great significance. His perspective. His perspective is determined by that. And therefore, everything he looks at casts a shadow from that perspective.
Well, I mean, what specifically is the perspective? That everything revolves around being an Igbo or tribe is important? Because I know in Nigeria it is, but not all Igbos are from Nigeria, right? I don't know.
Yeah, Igbo is
very well.
They're right next to Nigeria. Igbo. A matter of fact,
I thought there was some Igbo, like part of the tribe was actually in Nigeria. You know more about this than me. I'm asking the question. I don't know.
What happened when the colonizer, as it were, shaped up the country? They did on purpose. They divided kingdoms. They divided the kingdoms on purpose and put them under so they would always be a conflict. When they came back in '62 and became what they call independent countries, they didn't resolve that conflict. They didn't say, okay, let's go back to our traditional boundaries, which would have been cool. Everybody would have been cool, but they did not. And so we would over here, we were disappointed by that right away. Right. And we knew it couldn't work. And we were telling them, matter of fact, we were part of them getting the independence. A lot of stuff we did here, people that was doing stuff here got their independence over there as well. They didn't pull that off by themselves. That's just like that apartheid in South Africa. They didn't pull that off by themselves. Just like that other thing about Aquilano them in that other place. They didn't pull that off by themselves either. Now, I sent you a thing. I say, Google that, just those words, an emblem of America, and go to the British archives and look at the photograph. That's what I'm telling you about this whole thing. And he thinks, and then there's another one called the emblem of Africa. Look at that one too. You'll see there are two different emblems. Yet they talk about the ancient peoples of those countries, of those continents. And the emblem of America will show you why I keep saying I'm not African. I've been through the African train. Matter of fact, a dude said, yeah, he laughed. He said, yeah, I heard a lot of you Americans are adopting African names. He thought that was cute. Right. And I said, oh, I see. And that's when I was learning about the Igbo, the Yoruba. I was learning about them as perspectives and where they coming from. There's a book called, and I repeat, The History of the Yoruba, written by some guys named Johnson, they were Christianized by those names, Johnson. Their name was different, but they are under the Christian, they are Yoruba people. It's called The History of the Yoruba. And then it has an extra title, you know how they have the colon, and then it says from ancient times to the end of the British protectorate, because they were under the British protectorate. They made a deal with the Brits, and that's why they were over in England talking about this slavery thing, because in the deal with the Brits, the people who were bonded, who had what I call they were social bonds, that's what they sent over to the Brits. Mostly those people are considered like employees, out of work employees. If you go to different countries, you'll hear them talking about, you want a job? Come to Canada, we'll give you a job, that kind of thing. So the people who were out of work or need a job, they would go there, and that's what they were doing, that kind of thing, which is resources and, you know, employment. They were thinking in those terms because when they sent them people had rights. Even in Britain, I was saying, when I was looking at the laws of Virginia throughout the 1600s, all them people, even slaves, had rights. They were able to take the owner of their bond to court. They were able to work up on money and buy their own freedom. They had rights. But after that,
right,
they changed.
Until they didn't. At some point in time,
yeah, at some point in time,
weren't even allowed. It was you know, a lot of loopholes were closed as they became discovered. So
as they tried to demand more control over the people's life and the people and how they detect them for themselves. And that's why they ran into that thing about the 1776 thing when they were trying to abolish slavery. The guy was like, what, abolish slavery? We can't do that. They had already changed it. And then it took a while. This is what I'm saying that I read from the African side of the story. Because listen, Stan, when I was a teenager, they said, oh, Africans sold their own people into slavery. Yes? Okay. So I went into a deep study and I found out that that was true. I can even name the people who did it. Actually, their names are written in the book called The History of the Yoruba. You've got to search. They weren't hiding. And they said, and they worked from, they followed up on what they said at that time, which was, it was a matter of sending employees over here, employees over there. Them people had rights and stuff. And what they found out, especially was in the American colonies, they had denied the people the rights that they were supposed to continue to have. They had denied them that right and went into what they call chattel slavery, and they had the African leaders were pushing against Britain in the early 1770s, whatever names you were talking about, the Somerset thing and stuff like that, because Africans were busy dealing with the British royalty the whole time. They were intermarrying, having children. You know, and like your man said, he had a child that was a breed. I mean, a mixture, you know, intermarriage.
I'm sure there were exceptions. Look up the history of Charleston and the African slave trade to get a better picture of what slavery was like in the United States.
Yeah, but by the time Charleston came into the game, because Virginia was the first one into the game, Charleston.
Okay, listen to what I'm saying.
The Carolinas.
Your idea of bondsmen, the first people, first Africans who were brought into Virginia in 1619 were technically not slaves. Slavery became
really talking about
a matter of heritage in Virginia. It was either 1661 or 1662.
Yeah.
Chattel slavery essentially became based on heritage. You inherited the status of your mother in 1662.
Whatever year it was. When was you?
Well, I know the year. It's either 1661 or 1662.
You know this either. Okay.
I'm afraid I actually do. I'm not going to shy away from what I know, Duale, and I don't doubt what I know.
Me either.
So your narrative about employees and all that stuff, you're mixing it up with some Marxist notion of slaves as workers. It's bullshit. They were slaves.
Oh, it's called Calendar Papers, State Papers. It's online, called Calendar of State Papers, the Colonial Series. In the Calendar of Papers, they speak about all this stuff I'm talking about because they have everything.
And I'm going to tell you that I'm not going to, I may get around to reading it. The history is that there were actual slaves who were of African origin after 1661 or 1662, period.
Okay, fine. I didn't ever say nothing about it.
There are too many historians.
Like that's a debate.
There are too many historians, too many records. There are always exceptions, but the overwhelming rule was there was African slavery.
Ain't no doubt. I never denied that for a second.
Right. So I don't want to hear about bondsmen. As a matter of fact, bondsmen were a euphemism for slaves, as was people of service. There were plenty of euphemisms for slavery. What's up, Dwali?
Stan, do you recognize that some of the African slaves, African people who were enslaved in the position of slaves, were able to purchase their bond and buy their freedom, as it's called?
Yep.
Okay, then that's it. Go ahead.
And part of why people want to emphasize that there were African Black American slaveholders, because they also bought their family members out of slavery. So technically they were slaveholders. So that's part of that weird narrative that soul brother Black conservatives want to push. And again, 99.9% of slaveholders in the United States were white. So that there was a 0.1% of other who were slaveholders means nothing to me. So what's up, Dwali?
Hey, how are you, man? Can you hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. So, well, Hassan, hello. My son said hello. Okay.
Hey there.
Hello, son.
Son guy. Thank you very much, guys. When do you guys know that Africa is not just one country? It's a bloody fucking continent.
Roger that. We are aware.
Yeah. So when are you talking about the African slavery, transatlantic slavery? You are talking about some part of Africa. You are not talking about the whole Africa. You are talking about maybe what is known now, the West Africa, like Nigeria, Ghana, Sierra Leone, maybe Liberia. Yeah. So I'm just confused whenever that you mention Africa. I was like, what the hell these people are they talking about? And then these stereotypes come to me like, oh yeah, they are Americans, they are fucking ignorant, they don't know anything about geography, the world, and they think that Africa is just one country, and they all do, same songs, and they have elephants, giraffes, whatever. No, brother. Africa is the second biggest continent in the world. So you have to be very, very, very specific. Was machst du, Baba?
Well, I'm convinced that conservatives and liberals, but I fuss more at these MAGA pretend conservatives. They depend on people not knowing shit. And they get pissed off when you push back. So I hear Black people talking about someone on I forget where I was, but which chat I was in, somebody talking about the African language. And I'm like, what is speaking African? What African is a language?
Stanley, that is the common knowledge of any Americans. I don't know what happened, but they would say African language. They think like Africa is just like America. No, brother. Africa is a continent. We have over 2,000, 3,000 languages. You can find one country in one border that the white man has put it, and they speak like 80 different languages. Just look at Ethiopia, and it's sometimes it's just crazy. Hey,
Okay,
you're African. Hey, what are you talking about?
I have an explanation for your.
Stanley.
You
When
want,
you
you understand?
All right, hold on one sec. Let Jawali's calling from overseas.
Stanley, when you see a white man, would you ask him if he is a European, if he is an Italian, German, Bulgarian, whatever, Russian? You see him as a white man, right?
Well, in America, they'll be racialized white. Yeah.
Yeah, but the other whites will only see him as a white man, right?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. Good. The problem is.
Well, one thing I was going to say, kind of going back to your point, I said it was black people, young black Americans talking about, someone speaking African. And, I'm going to actually sound kind of black conservative here, but dude, your chains were thrown off quite some time ago. You can't blame the white man for being ignorant. Anyone can go to the library. They don't segregate the libraries anymore. You can literally learn about shit, so you don't sound stupid talking about Africans speaking African. It's ridiculous.
Let me tell you one thing. The white man is not an ignorant to begin with.
Is not what?
Is not an ignorant. He is really the one who told you who is an ignorant, who is not.
That's not true.
It is. It is.
How so?
I mean, as a black American, Stanley, you think because I'm from Africa, I am an ignorant, my IQ is low, maybe I did not eat good food, maybe my legs are different. That's what the white man told you. And whenever that I talk to you.
Okay, well let me correct you here. The white man didn't tell me shit.
Oh, no,
that's what the white man. Look, you should always be skeptical. The white man told people like John Galt, and John Galt didn't seek to go and question the white man.
The story is Mr. John Galt have visited Africa and he saw the black people, but you have not. I mean, you were overseas in somewhere in Israel, in Bahrain, in whatever, but he has the opportunity to see the real thing. They call it is something called Stockholm syndrome. Do you know that Stockholm syndrome, that the hostages are they love their hostage takers?
I don't know that actually applies to a whole culture.
No. I'm talking about only John.
Well, I know what the Stockholm syndrome is, but I just don't know. I thought what you were trying to say is there are, say, black people in American culture.
I'm not talking about John. I'm not talking about all black Americans. I'm talking about specifically the person that you mentioned. That person.
Oh. Well, it was a group of them.
Yeah. He's suffering of that syndrome.
No, I'm just gonna call them uneducated, and it's easy to listen to what Frank Zanu is saying, and it sounds good, and just go, next time you have a conversation about whether, about marriage for black men and black women and dating, which every damn show that I go to these days talks about, like almost every night. I'm just These people will listen to Frank Zanu, then they'll go up on Sean Bracey's channel and act like they're an expert based on what Frank Zanu says. And Frank Zanu is practically insane.
Well, what I mean,
I would love to know if he has kids.
What I mean is this topic that this man who was talking about the Black Americans, and he's an African, he should know better, man. That's why I said my first comment was like, hey, this guy may be a paid actor. Maybe he's just somebody who's getting some money to do these things, man. Maybe it's, hey, I'm very skeptical of anyone.
You mean he's like the Thomas Sowell of Africans?
All right. Yeah, but he should do that in Africa, not in America. What the fuck is you doing in America? This is not your I wish they will pay Chongal to say these things. Not in an African man. I mean, people will understand it. But he's.
But have you ever heard what is it, Afrodamus or Gwegwe going on? You piss them off and they start talking about how Black Americans are slaves, and we have no culture, and my family, sold your family into slavery from Africa. That's what this dude sounds like.
That's what I said.
He is the male version of Gwegwe.
That is the West Africa, man. It's not Africa. You guys think it's all West Africa is Africa. We have nothing to do with transatlantic slavery, man. We have not. Man, I feel disgusted whenever that I hear that. Even Fanta, who is a fellow East African guy, I say, what the hell are you talking about, man? Sorry, man.
Is that your phone?
The wife is.
It's probably Frank Zanu calling you right now to revoke your African card.
That was the wife is telling me, what the hell are you doing? Hey, anyway, let me tell you, you guys, Black Americans, Africa is a fucking big continent. Actually, it is the biggest continent. We have a different cultures, we have different languages, we have different history when it comes to slavery. My people have nothing to do with the slavery. Maybe we have something to do with the Arab slavery, but we have nothing.
Well, why? Yes, you do.
Yeah.
Did you say maybe?
Yeah. Hey, Zano, who are your people?
No, his name is Dwale.
I'll be honest. I am from Somalia, and my people are from Ethiopia, Kenya, Somalia, Tanzania, Uganda, whatever. It's in East Africa. East Africa has.
Okay, I get you. Your first one, I'm gonna go by the first one. You said that was Somalia, right? Mm-hmm. And then I'll branch out from there.
No.
Which one?
I am going to do a broader thing. I'm saying, hey, what's wrong with the wife, man? Do I have to go buy some bread again? All right. This is what I'm saying is, you Americans think Africa. Okay,
what's the name of your people? Don't tell me about countries then, because I said what people.
Okay.
I want to be more specific now.
Is he going to make you bake the bread?
But there you go. She might. I know I asked him what his people, and he said, told me 4 countries. Yeah, you hear the children. He'll be on it. I think it's interesting that once again, even though he's talking about the guy on the paper, Zanu, I didn't realize that's the name I'm hearing. That's the guy on the video, right? Zanu. Is that his name? The guy, Stan? The
Yeah,
guy
the
on
guy
the
in the
video?
orange shirt is Frank Zanu.
Zanu, okay. So now I know who Zanu is. Thank you so much. But I was asking this guy that was talking a question because of something he said that was very similar to Zanu. He said the thing that y'all do, and he was willing to tell us what we do in relativity to what he does without knowing the actual information. So I say what it sounds like, once again, a lot of people argue from ignorance, because when we all know the same thing, there is no argument. Like you were saying, that happened in 1671. I say, okay, that's right. I'll go with that. No argument. That eliminated the argument right away, because there's no ignorance. We both know the same thing. That's what we understand happened. We can move forward now. But that's what I'm saying is the difference from our once they know certain things, they wouldn't argue from the positions that they're arguing from. Because just that the mention of all them languages, I've been using that as an analogy lately. And there's other things you were talking about last night. I was actually talking on a panel about the same identical things last night. But the thing about the languages in Burkina Faso, I mentioned it before, they speak 63 different languages in that one country. But I mean, that one country, 63 languages. So by him telling us about this, and then when we get to America, you kind of see one language. But before the colonization, and it was more than colonization. It was empire. They took over America. In America, they didn't and they made one language. Like in Burkina Faso, the one language they were speaking of the colonials was French. So a lot of people know French, even if they don't know their own people's language. 3 or 4 languages away, they know French though. But that's how this thing was accomplished, because in America, and on this continent of North America, there were over 500 tribes. Listen, not no 5 tribes, not no 3 or 4 tribes, not 30 or 40. Over 500 different tribes on the continental North American. That's what was happening here. And as a result, there was almost 500 or more languages relative to 500 tribes. It was a lot the same. There was a lot of people, a lot of tribes speaking a lot of languages. And those languages became consolidated through war and all that kind of stuff into English, which was what the British was saying they need to relinquish. I mean, in their papers, I was reading about how they were talking to the colored people in America. They were saying that there's a thing they referred to as the Jubilee. At the Jubilee, everything's supposed to turn back over. But the Americans, which is they considered an illegal country by its birth itself, they decided they're not going to create go by them old rules of nations. They'll go by some new rules as they make them up. And that's how they turned back around and enslaved all the people, no matter where they're from, long as they're dark skinned, because they made it into a racial issue.
Oh boy, old SKC is really SKC. I haven't felt wrong yet. I just, as a matter of fact, it's almost the opposite. I knew there was some dysfunction in the lower echelons of American culture. I just didn't realize the level of dysfunction. I knew there was dysfunction, just not the level of
it. I wonder if anybody has Googled that quote I put in there, an emblem of America, and look at the copy of the emblem that
here. Let me Google it now.
It's in the British archive. Look at the one in the British archive, because they go back to the original story.
Oh, I've seen these before. But that is let's see here.
Yes. Go to the one for the British archive, because they're
I'm looking at the one. I'm looking at the one in the British Museum. Is that what you mean?
But I see it under the British. I find it under the British archives, and then as long as it's British in nature.
Okay, good. And what am I? I'm looking at a picture of their depiction of
a Native American.
Yeah, it almost looks like a Caribbean. But yeah, okay. So I'm looking at it.
In West
India. Why am I looking at it again?
Because that's the American. That's the original American, and they were called West Indians.
Okay.
We were, because that's what
I don't buy that. I don't buy that. You know.
But do you buy what you're looking at from the British Museum? Whatever the rest of the story I just mentioned.
Well, dude, where does the picture say this guy? Look, let me just be blunt. Let me just be blunt with you. Your point about your point is as racist as any white supremacist's point. You're going by skin color. You're literally going by skin color and not heritage or not genetics. What is to separate you from a white supremacist? There are white people who think white people are native to America. Talk to 12th Man. He'll tell you about some weird theory that whites were the first indigenous to America. It's just fucking pure racism. And I want to stay out of either side because I think they're both wrong.
I'm just showing you the picture as the British depicted it.
And I'm just commenting on the picture you wanted me to look at. When you say we, when I look at this picture, I don't think we.
I do. I think we.
Well, hey, that is your right. It is your right to. It is your right to think as you will.
Of course. Such as yours. The only thing I'm just saying is this is what they put out. That's really all I'm saying.
Who is they? All it is a picture. Putting out a picture is not the same thing as biology or anthropology. It's just a picture.
Oh, okay. I have another picture, if you don't mind. I mean, I never. It says just a picture.
What? Why are we looking at pictures? What, dude?
Because somebody said
there are no Black Americans who are indigenous to the United States. There are no that they shared a skin tone means nothing. You go down and look at the Australian Aboriginals. Some of them are darker than Black Americans. Would you say that they are Black people? Because race is literally something that's superimposed as a classification of people based on skin tone and features. Okay, a picture doesn't mean shit other than it's a picture. It does not prove any anthropological or biological. It's not evidence. It's not empirical evidence.
That's so beautiful. Well, that's beautiful. Well, you looked at it. All you did exactly all I requested.
Yeah, all I did was look at it and draw no conclusions other than, hey, that's interesting.
There you go. And I'm good with that, Stan.
Good.
I am.
Well, let us sally forth then.
Mm-hmm. No problem.
The community, the country. Since you said I am supposed to be American, now they say we shouldn't say Black American. Right. That is even good. Start saying I'm American. Well, then marry an American.
Is he an American?
Doesn't he have to be skin color? Well,
no, he's Igbo.
Don't judge a man by the color of his skin. But here we are.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Here
You
we
were
are.
talking in the
Judging
third
every
person.
day
My
by
bad.
skin color. Umar Johnson is against that saying. He turned it upside down. Marry a woman because of her skin color is what he's preaching to our children. Do we call him out? No. And yet he has baby mamas.
Yeah.
He doesn't even take care of his own kids. His own daughter is on YouTube or whatever it is. But this is the man who has
he's
become
talking about Umar.
the voice of wisdom. The Turkish, I believe, have a saying. You can tell the intellectual level of a particular group of people by who they enable as their mouthpiece. It's a shame that blacks will give Umajans a platform. It's a shame.
Yeah.
That tells you a lot about us. Seriously.
Here we go with us
The
again. You
intellectual
heard?
quality of any group of people is known by the people they enable
To speak for them.
That's to speak for them.
Wow. So it sounds like we got a lot of work to do.
Well, we have at least some solution to
This
that.
dude-
Starting with you, you said the man in the mirror.
This dude is literally problematic. And I think the biggest problem he is to himself. So all Black Americans look to Umar as a mouthpiece?
I don't think he said all.
Well, he said if you say Black people, you mean all Black people.
Okay.
It's implied. That's how English works.
Okay.
He didn't say some Black people. He said Black people, meaning all Black people.
I'm waiting to come to your next wedding. Junior, what did I say?
Okay, well, according to your theory, so I need to find a culture to attach to then.
The parasite theory. Even in business.
Yeah.
In business. I would rather call a non-Black and say, look, come into my investment.
Yeah.
Yes. Because to be honest with you, that is not our forte.
No. No. But I think just like I said on your show the other day, right? It seems, there's hope. There is hope for that one day, blacks can support one another.
I don't like hope. Hope is what kept blacks in slavery for long.
Okay.
Hope is never good for people who are under a stress. It keeps them there for too long.
Right.
When people are under stress, take away hope and you see the wonders. A person with a floater, a person without a floater, when they jump into water, who makes the best effort to get out?
No, I got it. But my use.
I forgot you're a church. You're a deacon in the church. So for you, hope is.
No. My use of the word hope is because I'm using us as an example right now, right? I was on your podcast the other day. You're on my podcast now. It's like we're already showing that hey, we can support one another, right? And that's what we're doing here.
No, I'm not supporting you. No, I'm using your medium to talk to the audience to solve a bigger problem.
No, but
it's not a support.
Yeah, in a way, you're supporting me though. You're here.
Well,
we having this discussion, right? It's a support.
This support is what brought the problem we are discussing in the first place. I didn't marry my Black sister to support her.
No. What I'm saying is you said Black people don't support each other's businesses, right? So let's say they don't go to their restaurants or they don't shop at their stores. They don't do stuff like that.
And so don't go trying to work with them to change that attitude.
No,
it's waste of time.
No, I understand. But I'm just saying that to say you have a podcast, right? That's your thing, and I have a podcast, and that's my thing.
Yeah.
Now I was on yours, and then you're on mine. So in a way, we're supporting each other.
I
right?
reject that. I brought you on because one, you're good looking, and I know the audience will love to look at you. Number two, you have something to say, and I know that. But if you had nothing to say, and I know, Junior is not going to say anything, I wouldn't have brought you on this.
No, I get it. But again, like I said, we're
you like the support thing. I don't like the support thing. No,
so you don't like the word support, but that's basically what it is, though. We're leveraging each other's platform, right, to share a common, point.
We're using each other.
No, well,
I like that better.
We're using the platform.
We're using
each other's platform.
Yes, to send a message out to make the world a better place.
Correct. But my point is, what I'm saying is, if you, like, you could have easily said no.
Why would I say no?
If we were under the mentality that we don't want to support each other, right?
But that's like, what you're trying to make it say that I came on your show because you're black and I'm black. No, that is not true. I look at your website, I look at your YouTube. The topic is interesting to me, very dear to my heart.
Yeah.
And so I said, yes, let me go and use his platform to send my message.
Right.
I said, oh, wow. Junior did see some value in my thinking because we had a conversation before.
Yeah, we did, of course. Yeah.
So it is the value in my thinking is what allowed you to bring me here.
Right.
But it's not because, let me go support him. I'm not supporting you.
Okay.
I'm working on the problem.
Now, so we're working on the problem together,
correct,
right?
together.
So can you agree to that?
You're coming to the support again. Now, you are a Christian. Let me tell you something that at one point, even the people we are calling enemies in this country, which we should stop, we should. God wanted to do something. You know who he called for coffee? Satan. When he wanted to test his son, Job.
Oh, my Lord.
He said, yo, come here. I've seen my son Job recently.
Right.
And Satan goes, oh, yeah, because he's got everything. God said, okay, I'm going to allow you, test him for me. Don't take his life.
Right.
And Satan went to work. So even God, there are certain projects he will work with the enemy for the good. And we should start, and since blacks are Christians, they should read that place again. And the people you have rejected calling enemies is the reason where we are, we should change, including Africa.
Yeah.
All these everyday activists are saying, oh, the imperialists and oppressors, and no, you're suffering. Your children are going to suffer. We should stop it.
Gotcha.
Really go in if we truly are.
Yeah, and I agree with him.
Then go deeper than and see.
You what?
I say again, I agree with him.
Well, good for you. I stopped listening a while ago. I'm just waiting for it to mercifully end.
What he's talking about is changing the person's, people change their perspective. Their perspective is what's keeping them enchanted. But when they change your perspective and you don't see people as, like for me, I changed my perspective totally to I have no enemy. And that's what he's saying. When people keep talking about their enemy and this and that, and they are oppressing not only themselves, but also their children. And that's what he was just saying. That's how it gets passed down. Without that, that's what he's saying, and I agree.
I just prefer better Christian evangelists. There's some that are less icky. I consider this guy just icky.
I don't think he's a Christian evangelist. That went.
Oh, right no. I'm saying I prefer my evangelism because that's what he's doing. He's essentially proselytizing. I just prefer it from a cleaner vessel. This vessel is tainted.
I don't understand your use of the word at that time.
He's preaching the gospel, or what he thinks the gospel is.
Oh, I thought he was simply using an example.
Okay, dude, if words aren't your forte, look it up. I shouldn't have to.
I know what process.
I shouldn't have to explain, look it up. Google is free.
I know what the word means. It was just the use of the word was.
So you see,
the use of the word is perfectly fine.
God didn't support Satan. He just said, "Let's work on this project together."
Fine. All right, so Frank, it's always a pleasure to work together with you. Well, thanks for being on 2.0.
Yes. You're a good brother. I like what you're doing. I watched the part 2 again this afternoon with Dwayne. I said, "Come and see what this new guy I met. This guy I met." Really, this topic is very important, and we need to look at it part 2.
Yeah,
and so
all right, appreciate it.
Great,
thank you. Thanks again for being here, man. We appreciate it.
I'm sorry, you what?
I'm going to contact Zanu.
You really should. See if you can get
Yeah,
him on your show.
I'm working on it now.
Excellent. Tell him I said hi. Let's see.
I'm on YouTube. I reckon he's on you. I say I reckon he's on YouTube.
Yeah, he actually has a show. It was SKC who introduced me to this dude.
Okay, I don't know him. So
yeah, I've watched him before. I just find him more problematic now. He was always a problem. Now I just find him a bigger problem.
All I know about names
not
is
to me, just to the zeitgeist.
Oh, here it is right away. He has 36,000 subscribers. I want to go to his thing over here.
No doubt he does.
Zanu Project.
And 35,000 of them are SKC under different accounts.
He has 178 videos. And I'll contact him because I have things that could fill in some of that stuff he's talking. And we can work out these things like he's saying. It's cool. I have over 300 videos on. So maybe that. I don't have 36,000 subscribers though. But yeah, I'm working on it. I just started this YouTube thing. So I'm kicking pretty good right now. But this guy here, I understand. Him and that other guy, Eugene documentaries. They have large audiences, African audiences, of African people.
Oh yeah, I know who you're talking about. The Eugene guy. Yeah, I know who he is.
Mm-hmm. And I like both of them. What they put.
NBA. He never played. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Oh, thank you.
I think the reason
I listened to a little bit of this Roger Report thing. Supposedly, I discovered him. But I'm about to wrap this mess up because I'm getting a little winded. And I thought about maybe coming back.
I say that's beautiful. I really appreciate you allowing me to speak on your thing.
Oh, you're welcome.
Mm-hmm.
So let's see what this Roger Report is all about. Of today's.
Right, it's like some type of grooming you got to go through.
Any profession, any type of taking, man. If you're getting some type of foundation laid, you're getting trained or whatever it is. Okay, you're getting a foundation, but until you feel that position, of course, like it's a new type of thing. Like I don't like that's with anything.
Yeah, that's if you're driving a car. You can drive a car. I mean, before you drive a car, you gotta study stuff, take a road test to see if you actually operate the vehicle. But the thing is, the way he was saying is that we know the woman ain't gonna really understand until she's actually a wife, until she's actually went through the process and got married. She gonna have to have some type of understanding.
Don't you think that's what the relationship is about? I mean, it ain't that much different from a relationship.
No. That's not the same thing.
Get some grooming before she get to that point.
No, a relationship is not the same.
Get some level of grooming, but at the end of the day, everybody is not gonna get the same level. Just like Dennis Rodman, very odd pitcher, picked up basketball very late, still became a professional player that most of us can't do if we started at 5.
I'm just saying, like that's part of life. Like there's nothing. I mean, that's everything. Like, what are we talking about? I'm asking the brother, what's his point? What is he getting at? What is he trying to say? No, my point is that this idea that we are raising children to be wives or to be husbands, it doesn't really exist. It's an illusion.
So you wouldn't raise your son or daughter to be a husband or a wife?
It's just certain qualities in a person. If you instilling those qualities in your kids, you most definitely prepping them for marriage. I'm not sure what you're talking about.
It's just a foundation, brother. I don't know if he's man.
I wouldn't raise my son or daughter to not be a husband or a wife. I wouldn't do it. That don't even sound right to me.
No, it ain't saying if you would do it or wouldn't do it, but he's saying that it's just not a real thing.
So let me ask this question. What happens if you just have a son, you didn't marry or anything like that? How would you raise your son?
Y'all, no, hold on real quick, y'all. Because Santana then came, but Santana already kind of jumped the gun a little bit. But Kevin 3905 is here. But I got to bring up, I'm not sure who this is, y'all. I'm sure he's a familiar. But somebody literally coming up with the name Jordan Sucks, okay?
Here we go.
That is. So, I'm pretty sure I know who this is, and I got a second guess that if it ain't the person I think it is. But let me let Jordan Sucks get the floor, and then I'm gonna come back to Kevin 3905, and then we'll get more into the conversation. Jordan Sucks, go ahead.
Salute to everybody on the panel. Roger finally said the truth, y'all. Y'all heard it here. Y'all heard it here first. Finally said the truth.
That's despicable. That's despicable. I'm just saying.
I was gonna chill.
Is it like a tempting feeling for him to tell him to explain himself? Or
No. Hold on, Santa. Jordan Sucks has what I call Ivy League privilege. So when he comes, he's gonna always be next. There's some people here with PhD privilege. There's some people with Ivy League privilege, and there's some people with elder privilege. He happens to have Ivy League privilege, so he gonna get right in. Okay, so we go.
All right, well, folks, you know what? There is nothing here that I'm particularly interested as far as what they're saying. So I'm going to wrap this sucker up here. It has been a long week, and no idea whether I'll do a show tomorrow or not. I thought maybe this afternoon I might come back, but if I don't get a lightning topic or the urge to do it, we will leave it at that. So on the way out, everyone, please make sure you hit the like button. If you're new, please subscribe. We did make it to 200 subscribers. Make sure you support the host every now and again, and thus the show. And if I don't see you this weekend, and it's possible I will see you Monday, hopefully on time at 6:45. So you all have a good rest of your afternoon.